let her into the house, and they just convince her that they're living the serene, idyllic suburban life. Case gets buried. April of 2018. Cunningham checks herself into a methadone maintenance clinic. She's kicked out in May of 2018 because she's not complying with the program, continuing to use drugs illegally. July of 2018, 5 months before the allegations into this case, Cunningham is checked into Mount Sinai Psych Unit because she showed up at the emergency room saying that she wants to kill herself by walking in front of traffic because she can't stop using heroin. The next day, she gets kicked out of the psych unit because she attacks a member of the staff and is charged with battery by the Chicago Police Department. That same month, Nowicki is encountered by the police in Crystal Lake. He also says he wants to kill himself by walking in front of traffic. August of 2018, Cunningham calls the police. She says Nowicki's stolen her Suboxone. She's going to make the exact same phone call 4 months later. This time when the police go out, try to talk to her, she's distressed, disoriented, can't give them an accurate timeline of events because she says she blacked out the night before and only remembers waking up in her bed. That same month, Nowicki is found passed out in a laundromat with an empty bottle of amphetamines next to him. Then, 2018, Officer Shipbaugh is called to the Taco Bell. Now, as part of the DCFS investigation and under the P300s, the defendants were required to have gotten and reviewed all of those DCFS investigations, all of those police reports, all of those medical records, but they knew better. They didn't bother. Judge, this whole case boils down to the fact that you didn't need to be a doctor to see that Cunningham's dog ate my homework excuse and then beat the crap out of my kid was a lie, was a total farce. You didn't need specialized training, years of industry experience, or the instincts of a bloodhound to see that this poor little boy needed somebody to step in and to help him from the clutches of death that he was in. All that you needed was the soft and discerning eyes of somebody who cared to do their job with a grain of competence. Now, the act in this case is that the defendants closed the case without taking protective action. The act in this case is that the defendants closed this case without taking any protective action. Because of that, AJ is dead and buried, going on 4 years now, when he should have just started 4th grade. Judge, at the close of this case, we're going to ask that you find the defendants guilty. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you.
Hindsight's 2020. Nearly 2 years after Carlos Acosta had contact with AJ Freund on December 18th, 2018, in September of 2020, the state charged him with child endangerment and reckless conduct. They spent nearly 20 months issuing grand jury subpoenas, gathering evidence, interviewing expert witnesses, and attempting to find enough evidence to support the charges they would ultimately bring. You're going to hear evidence from multiple witnesses in this case that will guess, speculate, and tell you what may have happened if things transpired differently in December of 2018. But the focus should actually be on what information did Carlos Acosta have, or should he reasonably have had, on December 18th of 2018 and throughout his investigation that would have made him aware that AJ's death was practically certain to occur. The state's case is premised on the theory that Carlos did not follow certain DCFS procedures in conducting an investigation into suspected child abuse and neglect in December of 18. The ultimate issues before this court are, did he consciously and recklessly disregard a substantial and unjustifiable risk to AJ when conducting that investigation? And at the time of his investigation, was he consciously aware that the child's death was practically certain to be caused by his decision to allow protective custody to lapse and to unfound the allegations of suspected child abuse? DCFS is a bureaucratic institution. Much like other governmental institutions, there is a hierarchy in the system. The child protection specialist, and you'll hear is often referred to as the investigator, is responsible for investigating the reports of abuse and neglect, and the child protection specialist reports to the child protection supervisor, who's responsible for overseeing the investigations of multiple investigators. The child protective supervisor is overseen by an area administrator, who's overseen by a regional administrator. As an institution, DCFS has developed their internal procedures that outline the investigatory steps in a suspected abuse and neglect investigation. Those are commonly known as Procedures 300, as Mr. Canale just said. The defendants have stipulated to the admission of Procedures 300, and you'll hear testimony from a former DCFS supervisor who is an area administrator and ultimately the regional administrator, Zika. In 2018, December of 2018, when this investigation occurred, she was ultimately responsible for the conduct of Carlos Acosta and Andrew Palovin as the regional administrator. She's now retired and is being paid as an expert for the state for her testimony. Ms. Ruzicka will describe the investigations and procedures to you. She'll testify about the differences in the roles of the investigator versus the roles of the supervisor. And you're going to hear that the supervisor must make all critical decisions, and only the supervisor has the ability to waive certain investigative steps in the Procedures 300. Carlos Acosta was an advanced child protection specialist with a lot of experience, but ultimately the direction of his investigation and the duties assigned to him all were dictated by his supervisor, Andrew Palovin. Ms. Ruzicka will also tell you that DCFS had certain policies that required more certain allegations required more supervision. Those allegations were referred to as serious harm cases. She'll tell you that serious harm allegations required weekly staffing with the investigator, the supervisor, and the area administrator. And she'll tell you that the two allegations that came in on December 18th were not serious harm allegations. Allegation 11 for welts, cuts, bruises, and abrasions, and allegation 85 for the home being dirty and not in a good condition were not serious harm cases. They did not require additional staffing with the area administrator. On December 18th, Carlos was assigned the investigation in the early morning around 9:30 from Andrew Palovin. The investigation involved 5-year-old Andrew, commonly known as AJ, and his 3-year-old brother Parker. It had two allegations: cuts, welts, and bruises and abrasions, and environmental neglect. The time he was assigned the investigation, the children were already in protective custody at the Crystal Lake Police Department. You're going to hear evidence that the caseloads of the DCFS workers in the Woodstock field office in December of 2018 were overwhelming, that they exceeded the DCFS mandate as to the number of cases that an investigator could have, and that the staff was overworked and understaffed. The court will also hear that Carlos's investigation followed the procedures and was undertaken in good faith. Any procedure that he did not specifically follow was at the direction of and ultimately waived and waivable by his supervisor, Andy Palovin. The court will hear that protective custody can be taken by police, medical professionals, or DCFS. In this case, it was taken by Officer Shipbaugh from the Crystal Lake Police Department. The state's going to call 3 witnesses that saw AJ Freund on the same day that Carlos Acosta saw him. The first one is Officer Shipbaugh. She took protective custody of AJ and Parker because their mother was being arrested for driving on a suspended, and there was no other responsible adult to care for them at that time. Make no mistake, you're not going to hear evidence that she was taking them into protective custody because of the bruise on AJ's trunk or his hip. They came to the home, they observed it to be dirty and cluttered, and they smelled dog urine and feces, but then she observed the bruise. It concerned her. But she took them into protective custody because there was no one to care for them. If it was because of the bruise, there would have been no reason for Parker to be in protective custody at that time. Officer Shipbaugh is going to tell you that on that morning in the home, she observed both AJ and Parker to be happy, running around and playing like normal boys, both at the home, and then she brought them to the police department, and she said they played there and were happy and normal boys. Carlos spoke to Officer Shipbaugh that morning on his way to the police department to say, "What's going on? Tell me about the case." She told him about his observations, and he came in to meet with the family. He first spoke to AJ, who told him a very specific story about how the bruise happened when the dog put his paw on him while they were watching Polar Express the night before. He then spoke to Joanne Cunningham, the mother, who also told him that the dog could have caused the bruise. Miss Cunningham was going to be able to post bail and be released directly from the police department. She wasn't being taken to jail. She wasn't going to be gone for any long period of time. In accordance with DCFS procedures at that time, Carlos said to her, if you're posting bond and going out, would you take AJ to have the bruise evaluated by a doctor? And she agreed, so he did. He allowed protective custody at that time to lapse because the mother was able to care for the children once her bond was posted. Officer Shipbaugh at that time had the ability, as a mandated reporter and in fact the person who made the report, to say, I want to challenge your decision to let protective custody lapse, but she did not. Officer Shipbaugh then had an opportunity to investigate the bruise further, to refer the case for a detective for domestic battery abuse allegations. Police can and do run parallel investigations with DCFS, but she did not. In January of 2019, she got notice as the mandated reporter that said, you have the ability to challenge the fact that we've decided to unfound this case. She did not. She ultimately closed her case with driving on license suspended charges. After April of 2019, after AJ is murdered by his mother, Officer Shipbaugh begins to change her statements and her testimony to fit the narrative that the state now wants this court to believe. She's changing it to say that Carlos willingly endangered AJ's life by returning him to his mother. But listen carefully to her testimony. She'll be challenged with multiple inconsistent statements that only arose after AJ's death. The second person that saw AJ on December 18th was a nurse by the name of Cheryl Ferguson. She was the intake nurse and the nurse assigned to him at Northwestern Hospital when he went there with his mother to have the bruise evaluated. She spoke to Carlos that day. She knew the reason they were there was to have the bruise investigated at DCFS's request. She'll tell you that AJ told her he was hurt by Lucy's paw, and Joanne then said, Lucy is our dog. The third person to see Carlos that morning was Dr. Channon. She saw him, in the afternoon, approximately 2:20 in the afternoon. She questioned AJ in the presence of Joanne first, and then she questioned him alone. AJ gave multiple different statements to her, including the dog did it, that someone not in his family hit him with a belt, and that maybe mommy didn't mean to hurt me. And then again, that the bruise was caused by the dog. These were all statements under direct questioning by Dr. Channon, and it was the fifth time the child had been asked about the bruise since 9 o'clock that morning. The DCFS procedures, and you're going to hear witnesses tell you that children should not be questioned multiple times about the same incident because their statements become unreliable. Dr. Channon noted in the chart that day, and you're going to see the chart, it's been coming in through a stipulation, and you're going to hear that she noted, Mom was cooperative and pleasant. The children in the room do not seem afraid of her. They talk freely in front of her. The child endangerment charge alleges that Carlos, in a willful and wanton manner, knowingly caused the life of AJ to be endangered, and that was the proximate cause of his death 4 months later. Or in the alternative, that in a willful and wanton manner, he knowingly caused AJ to be placed in circumstances that endangered his life that was the proximate cause of his death. He's also charged with reckless conduct, and that while not acting in good faith within the scope of his official capacity, he recklessly performed an act that caused great bodily harm or permanent disability. What specific evidence will the court hear regarding these allegations? It's expected that Ms. Ruzicka will testify that Carlos should not have allowed protective custody to lapse. Despite the mandates and the procedures that Illinois law strongly favors keeping children in their homes with their parents. If he wanted to continue protective custody of that AJ on that day, he would have had to provide evidence to the state's attorney's office that due to the bruise, there was an immediate and urgent necessity to remove him from the home. Despite the fact that Dr. Channon also noted in her medical records that when the father came to pick them up at the hospital that day, there were no red flags to discharging AJ from the ER with his dad. In addition to showing that there was immediate and urgent necessity to remove him, he would have also had to provide evidence to support that there was no reasonable efforts that could have been taken to keep him in that house. And that's clearly not the case when both the doctor notes that there was no red flags to sending him with dad, and there was no evidence to suggest that father was not an appropriate caretaker at that time. The evidence will show that the decision to allow protective custody to lapse, while recommended by Carlos, was ultimately not within the scope of his authority, and that had to be a supervisor's decision. If the conduct is not in letting protective custody lapse, then was it ultimately in January of 2019 the decision to unfound the report? This is the area where the court's going to hear abundance of could've, would've, should've, might've, what would have happened. You'll hear from the doctor and the nurse from the merit program. They'll tell you that if they'd asked to see him for a second opinion, they would have definitely seen him for a second opinion and that it was non-accidental trauma. They won't be able to tell you who caused that non-accidental trauma. And it's also an attempt at Monday morning quarterbacking. The time they gave those statements that they say it's non-accidental trauma, AJ was dead. They'd already read the news reports about AJ being dead. Hindsight is 20/20. I also expect that you're going to hear from a Dr. Demetra Soter. Dr. Soter is a self-proclaimed forensic pediatrician, which is not even a board certification from the American Academy of Pediatrics. She's been vocal with her long-standing complaints with DCFS investigators and staff. And she, like the other witnesses the state intends to call, will offer opinions based on evidence that did not exist and was not available to Carlos Acosta in December of 2018. She's going to conclude that AJ was subjected to abuse and torture by Joanne Cunningham. No one disagrees with that. But she will speculate that it was due to DCFS's failure to intervene in December of 2018. The court's also going to hear from 2 former assistant state's attorneys about the juvenile court process. They're going to tell you that the juvenile court case could have been opened, would have been opened, and they're going to speculate about what the McHenry County juvenile court judge would have done in those circumstances. The testimony of those witnesses will do little to prove willful and wanton conduct by Carlos Acosta in December of 2018 because it's based entirely on speculation. The death of AJ Freund in April of 2019 was tragic, incredibly sad. The court will hear evidence that the 2 people responsible for that death are in prison. The state will ask the court to leap to the conclusion that on December 18th, Carlos Acosta was consciously aware that AJ's death over 120 days later was practically certain to occur when he allowed protective custody to lapse and when he unfounded the report. At the conclusion of this case, the court will be left with scant evidence that Carlos Acosta, while employed by DCFS, consciously and recklessly acted in bad faith during his interactions with AJ Freund and Joanne Cunningham. The court will be left with insufficient evidence that he consciously disregarded a substantial and unjustifiable risk to AJ Freund. And the court will have no evidence that Carlos Acosta proximately caused the death of AJ Freund. The court will have heard only guess and speculation, and I'm confident it will enter a not guilty verdict on all 3 counts.
Thank you.
Thank you.
On behalf of Andrew Polovin, there's going to be very little dispute, if any, to the facts of this case. Judge, the dispute's going to be, will those facts actually constitute evidence that Andy Polovin committed a crime? The crimes charged in this case, the endangerment of that child and the reckless conduct. Andrew Polovin did not endanger the life of AJ Freund. The state will not prove child endangerment because there is no evidence that Andrew Polovin acted knowingly in this case. There's no evidence that Andrew Polovin had the knowledge required to find him guilty of this offense. And under the criminal law, Your Honor, you know that knowledge is synonymous with willfulness. Conduct performed knowingly is performed willfully. There is no direct evidence in this case, none whatsoever, that proves that Andrew Polovin had the knowledge required to find him guilty here. Furthermore, the state has no evidence that can prove an inference that Andrew Polovin had knowledge of endangerment. Further, there's no evidence that Andrew Polovin was consciously aware of the fact of the potential of endangerment to this child, nor can they prove a substantial probability that that material fact, endangerment, existed. The state will be unable to prove Andrew Polovin acted recklessly or wantonly. There is no evidence here that you're going to hear that Andrew Polovin consciously disregarded a substantial and unjustifiable risk to that boy, or that circumstances exist, or that a result would follow. No knowledge of that whatsoever. What you will hear, Judge, is a lot of testimony from a lot of witnesses who had zero involvement in this case. And their testimony will amount to zero evidence that Andrew Polovin committed a crime. And what those witnesses have to offer you, all deference to Ms. Wambacher, Monday morning quarterbacking, Judge, with an overdose of hindsight and an extra dose of speculation, you will have a lot of speculation to digest in this case, Judge. And in a criminal court, speculation reeks of reasonable doubt. Ultimately, what will be proved? That Andrew Polovin had no knowledge, and Andrew Polovin is not guilty.
Thank you. State, you can call your first witness.
Thank you, Your Honor. At this time, we will call Kimberly Shiplock. Oh, I'm so sorry.
Judge Reed, please, on behalf of the state, at this time, the parties do have a stipulation that we seek to present to the court.
Okay, thank you.
Judge, if we can address the stipulation briefly, there is a few places in there where we've stipulated that we're making relevance objections. I don't know if we're going to make those at the time that those particular exhibits are coming before the court, Randy, or I.
That's fine.
Okay.
So in essence, we're stipulating to the foundation as opposed to the relevance.
That's correct.
So how do we intend to present this?
There's certain things in the stipulation, sorry to speak over my co-counsel, there's certain things that we agree are coming in,
Right.
and certain things that we say, if the court overrules the evidence objection, then we're not requiring foundation, and here's where it is. It's
No,
broken
that's
into
what I'm assuming,
categories of
but-
documents.
So, am I supposed to stop now and read this, or are we gonna publish it, or how are we gonna?
Judge, at this time, I'd ask if perhaps I could walk you through it, and then if you'd like to read over the stipulation, we'd obviously agree to let you do so. But kind of to address what defense counsel is indicating, certain exhibits we are seeking to admit immediately by agreement of the parties. And then I can highlight for the court which ones we will be reserving until we will attempt to present through witnesses later in the trial.
All right. Defense, what is your position on that method of proceeding?
I have no objection to that.
All right, so let's attempt to do it this way, but once again, it's being, as I've indicated before, I intend this to be a transparent trial. This way of putting the stipulation in without anybody knowing what it is probably does not further that.
I can go through it if you'd like.
Well, let's go through it the way you would refer to before, and then I'll read it in detail at some point, and we'll see how we're gonna deal with it. Okay.
Sure. There are 3 facts that the parties are stipulating to. If I could read those into the record.
Okay.
On December 18th, 2018, defendant Carlos Acosta was employed by the Illinois Department of Children and Family Services, DCFS, as a child protection specialist. He was assigned to the Woodstock Field Office located at 113 Newell Street in Woodstock, Illinois, 60098. The Woodstock Field Office is part of DCFS's Northern Region. He had been employed by DCFS as a child protection specialist since 2012. Between 2010 and 2012, defendant Acosta was employed by DCFS as a child welfare specialist. Number 2, on December 18th, 2018, defendant Andrew Polovin was employed by DCFS as a public service administrator, a position he had held since 2013. He was assigned to the Woodstock Field Office located at 113 Newell Street in Woodstock, Illinois, 60098 since 2013. Defendant Polovin had been employed by DCFS since 1995. Between 2003 and 2013, he was employed by DCFS as a child protection specialist. Between 1995 and 2003, he was employed by DCFS as a child welfare specialist. And then finally, number 3, Andrew Freund Jr., also referred to as AJ, was born on October 14th, 2013. AJ's father was Andrew Freund Sr., also referred to as Drew, who was born on December 19th, 1958. AJ's mother was Joanne Cunningham, who was born on February 28th, 1983. Joanne Cunningham also went by the name of Joanne Summercamp, Summerkamp, between 2009 and 2013. Those are the facts that this stipulation contemplates. Then, in regards to police reports, subject to the defendant's ongoing objections to any admission of the documents identified below for any purpose as set forth in their written response to the state's motions in limine and made on the record on April 21st, 2022 and December 9th, 2022, The parties stipulate to the foundation for admission of the following documents for non-hearsay purposes only as allowed by the court's December 9th, 2022 ruling. And then that includes exhibits 1 through 19, which are various police reports that the people would be seeking to admit in stanter.
Okay.
Next would be DCFS documents and records. Again, subject to the defendant's ongoing objections to any admission of the documents identified below for any purpose as set forth in their written responses to the state's motions in limine and made on the record on April 21st, 2022 and December 9th, 2022. The parties stipulate that People's Exhibits 20 through 24 are records of their respective agencies. In lieu of calling the author of these exhibits or keeper of the records of the respective agency, the parties stipulate that if called, the author or keeper of the records of these documents would testify that they are fair and accurate copies of what they purport to be, and they are records of facts, events, conditions, opinions, or diagnosis made at or near the time of the event by a person with knowledge of the event, and that they are kept in the course of regularly conducted business activity, and that it was the regular practice of that business to make that record and/or record of public offices or agencies setting forth the activities of the office on matters observed pursuant to the duty imposed by law. And those would include People's Exhibit number 20, which is the Illinois Department of Children and Family Services Procedures 300 and Procedures 300 Appendix B. Appendix A of the Illinois Department of Children and Family Services Procedures 315, that would be People's Exhibit 21. And then People's Exhibits 22 through 24 are DCFS reports. These include Exhibit 22, an A sequence investigative file, a B sequence investigative file, and a C sequence investigative file. This time we would be seeking to admit those in stanter.
Okay.
Then there are medical records. Subject to the defendant's ongoing objections to any admission of these documents identified below for any purpose as set forth in their written responses to the state's motions in limine and made on the record on April 21st, 2022 and December 9th, 2022, the parties stipulate to the foundation for admission of the following documents for non-hearsay purposes only as allowed by the court's December 9th, 2022 ruling. And that would include Exhibit 25, Gottlieb Hospital records for Joanne Cunningham. Exhibit 26, Norwegian American Hospital records for Joanne Cunningham. Exhibit 27, Sundance Methadone Treatment Center medical records for Joanne Cunningham. Exhibit 28, Mount Sinai Hospital medical records for Joanne Cunningham. And Exhibit 29, Integra Hospital Woodstock medical records for AJ Freund. Exhibit 29. We would be seeking to admit those in stanter.
Okay.
Then there are the leads inquiries, subject to the defendant's ongoing objections to any admission of the documents identified below for any purpose as set forth in their written response to the state's motions in limine and made on the record on April 21st, 2022 and December 9th, 2022. The parties stipulate to the foundation for admission in the following documents for non-hearsay purposes, only as allowed by the court's December 9th, 2022 ruling. Exhibit 30, a leads inquiry result for Andrew Friend Sr., that result being as of November 10th, 2020. And Exhibit 31, leads inquiry results as of November 10th, 2020 for Daniel Nowicki. We would be seeking to admit those now.
Okay.
There are, as a paragraph labeled other exhibits, the parties will stipulate that People's Exhibits 32 through 34 and then 37 through 39 are fair and accurate copies of what they are purported to be. The parties stipulate to the foundation necessary for admission of each exhibit below and do not object to the admission of People's Exhibits 32 through 34 and 37 through 39 except as specifically noted. In regards to People's Exhibit 32, it is a portion of a cell phone extraction report from Defendant Acosta's DCFS work-issued cell phone. This exhibit shows a text message exchange between Defendant Acosta's work cell phone and Defendant Pollivan's work cell phone on December 18th, 2018. The first text and photograph, green box, were sent from Defendant Acosta's cell phone to Defendant Pollivan's cell phone at 11:30 a.m. The second text box, blue, was sent from defendant Polovan's cell phone to defendant Acosta's cell phone at 11:35 a.m. Parties stipulate that this portion of the cell phone extraction report is a fair and accurate copy of the text conversation between defendant Acosta and defendant Polovan on December 18th, 2018, and stipulate that People's Exhibit 32 is admissible. Be seeking to admit that in stanter. We'd also be seeking to admit, or this one, I'm sorry, subject to the defendant's relevance objection. In the event the same are overruled, defendants stipulate that People's Exhibit 33 is a CD containing 3 videos titled 3_4_19 video.mov, 3_17_19 MOV, and 3_27_19 video MOV that were obtained April 23rd, 2019 pursuant to an emergency request to Apple, which resulted in a return of numerous files, photographs, and videos, including these 3. The parties stipulate that the 3 videos are fair and accurate copies of the videos that were contained in the Apple emergency response regarding Joanne Cunningham's Apple iCloud account. The parties further stipulate that the voice titled in the 3:14:19 video is a video of AJ Freund. The female voices that heard throughout this video is the voice of his mother, Joanne Cunningham. The date stamp associated with this video is March 4th, 2019. The video titled 3_17-19 MOV is a video that shows AJ Freund with his date of birth, AJ's minor brother, PF, and AJ's father, Andrew Friend Sr. at St. Thomas the Apostle Church in Crystal Lake, Illinois. The female voice that is heard throughout this video is AJ's mother, Joanne Cunningham. The date stamp associated with this video is March 17th, 2019. Judge, those I believe the defense is intending on objecting to regarding relevance, so we'll reserve admitting those at this point.
Okay.
Again, subject to the defendant's relevant objection, in the event the same are overruled, the defendants will stipulate that People's Exhibit 34 is a CD containing 2 videos titled VID 20190124124938025 and VID 2019040300009, obtained May 17th, 2019, pursuant to a search warrant upon Dropbox, resulted in the return of numerous files, photographs, and videos, including these 2. The parties stipulate that the 2 are fair and accurate copies of the videos that were contained in the Dropbox search warrant response that Joanne Cunningham's Dropbox account. They further stipulate that the video titled VID 20190124124938025 is a video of AJ Freund and AJ's mother, Joanne Cunningham. The video titled VID 201901241_1904030009 is a video of AJ Freund and his mother, Joanne Cunningham, in the kitchen of their home located at 94 Dole Avenue in Crystal Lake, Illinois. Again, we would reserve these for admittance until a later point. And then we skip ahead to Exhibits 37 through 39, which are photographs from the autopsy of AJ Freund conducted by Dr. Mark Wittick, a licensed pathologist, on April 25th, 2019. The parties stipulate that the photos fairly and accurately depict AJ during his autopsy on April 25th, 2019. We would be seeking to admit People's Exhibits 37 through 39 in stanter. And then the next to last part is court records exhibits. Again, subject to the defendant's ongoing admissions, as summarized in the stipulation, and as I previously indicated, the people are seeking to admit People's Exhibits 40 through 42, which are court records from McHenry County case number 13FA, which is Cunningham versus Hughes et al. The parties stipulate that these documents are what they purport to be and that the court may take judicial notice of these documents. These documents include Exhibit 40, which is a verified petition for order of protection, Exhibit 41, which is an emergency order of protection, and Exhibit 42, which is a plenary order of protection. We also have People's Exhibits 43 and 44, which are court records from the McHenry County case number 19 CF 289, the People versus Joanne Cunningham. These parties stipulate that the court may take judicial notice of these documents. These documents include a bill of indictment being Exhibit 43 and the judgment order being Exhibit 44. We would seek to admit all of those court records, being People's Exhibits 40 through 44, in Stanter. And then finally, there is a factual basis. The parties stipulate that the court may take judicial notice of a redacted copy of the factual basis in 19 CF 289. This is Exhibit 45. The parties further stipulate that the redacted copy of the factual basis may be considered as substantive evidence, and that the individuals identified in the redacted copy of the factual basis would testify consistently with the statements contained in the redacted copy of the factual basis. We would be seeking to admit that in Stanter.
Okay.
Is the stipulation marked as a separate exhibit?
It's not, but we can if you'd like.
Well, I would prefer, are there going to be more stipulations?
No.
Okay, so right now, we'll just refer to it as stipulation. I was going to ask this, do we have lists of exhibits here at all, or is this going to
I
be?
do. I can provide the court as well as defense counsels a copy of a list of the exhibits.
Okay, so I would like to do that at some point. We don't, do you have it now?
I do. May I approach?
Yes. Thank you. And both attorneys, defense, do acknowledge receipt.
Yes, Judge, on behalf of Mr. Sullivan.
Okay?
Yes, Judge, for copy.
All right, are we ready to call our first witness?
Yes, if I just may tender the exhibits to the court.
Yes, thank you.
Would you like them here or would you like?
I guess right up here. And obviously I won't be reading them this moment.
May I proceed?
You may.
At this time, the people seek leave to call Kimberly Shipoff.
You swear to tell the truth?
Yes, sir.
Okay. All right, so make sure that you keep your voice up, verbalize all responses.
Yes, sir.
And speak directly into the microphone.
Yes, sir.
Thank you. You may proceed.
Thank you. Officer, please state your full name for the record. I'm going to need for you to spell both your first and your last name for the benefit of the court reporter.
I'm Officer Kimberly Shipbaugh. It's Kimberley. Last is Shipbaugh, S as in Sam, H-I, P Paul, B-Boy, A-U-G-H.
Where are you a police officer?
City of Crystal Lake.
What rank do you have?
Patrol officer.
How long have you been a patrol officer with the Crystal Lake Police Department?
I just completed 18 years.
I am going to direct your attention back to December 18th of 2018. You were employed as a Crystal Lake police officer at that time, is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Were you working on that day?
I was.
What shift did you work?
Day shift,
What time did that start?
5:45 a.m.
Were you working alone on routine patrol at approximately 8:04 in the morning?
Yes, ma'am.
What was the weather like?
It was December, it was cold, below freezing if I recall.
Did you respond to a dispatch at 7:51 a.m.?
Yes, ma'am.
What was the nature of that call?
It came out as a battery.
It came out as a battery?
Battery and theft, or domestic battery and theft.
And where did that call send you to?
420 North Virginia Street, to the taco driveway, or the Taco Bell.
So you received a call of a battery and a theft that directed you to go to a Taco Bell. Do you know what time that call came in?
I believe the call came in at 7:49.
Okay, so the call came in at 7:49. You got the dispatch at 7:51. Did you document that you arrived at that Taco Bell at 8:04 a.m.?
I did.
Pretty quick time, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you arrive there by yourself?
I did,
How did you get there?
in my patrol car.
When you arrived at that Taco Bell restaurant at 420 West Virginia Street, what did you see?
There was a burgundy four-door sedan vehicle in the parking lot with a slender white female standing outside the door.
Did you subsequently learn that female's name?
I did.
What was her name?
She identified herself as Joanne Cunningham.
When you saw Joanne Cunningham at 8:04 in the morning outside that vehicle, was there anything unusual about her at that time?
I don't recall anything unusual about her at that moment, no.
Had you learned that she had been inside the Taco Bell prior to,
I did.
was that to make the 911 call?
Yes, ma'am.
Right. When you saw, could you describe Joanne Cunningham for us, please? You said a slender female.
Tall, slender, blonde hair, kind of a drawn face.
She was outside a vehicle?
Yes, ma'am.
What kind of vehicle was that?
It was a dark burgundy four-door sedan. I don't remember the make and model.
Was she outside the vehicle?
She was standing outside the driver's door.
Was there anyone inside the vehicle?
There were two juvenile male subjects inside the vehicle.
What, if anything, was unusual about those two juveniles?
They both were in T-shirts and pull-up diapers. And considering the temperatures that day, it was cold. No shoes on, no pants on. It seemed like odd attire for two children to be in.
Okay. You said children, right? Two of them?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you say boys?
Yes, ma'am.
How old were those children?
I determined they were, one was 5 and one was 3.
And what was unusual out of the clothes for the weather? Anything else?
Yeah, so they, like I said, both boys were in T-shirts and pull-up diapers, no shoes, no pants, no coat.
And the 5-year-old was wearing pull-ups?
Yes, ma'am.
Was there anything about that that was unusual too?
I found it odd for a 5-year-old, a child of that age, being a parent myself, to be in a pull-up diaper.
What was Joanne Cunningham's emotional state when you arrived?
She was upset and crying.
Did you speak to her?
I did.
That was in response to her 911 call.
Correct.
Was anyone else there when you spoke to her at 8:04 a.m.?
No.
She was standing outside the vehicle?
Correct.
What did she tell you at that time?
She told me that her boyfriend had showed up at 94 Dole demanding money, and he had taken off with her prescription medication and her phone.
Now let's stop for a second there. She said she lived at 94 Dole and her boyfriend showed up. Did she tell you, did you ask her questions about the living arrangements?
I had.
Tell Judge Strickland about
I
it.
asked if this subject had lived at the residence as well, and she said he had, but he'd moved out a week ago.
Okay, and did you know who else lived at that house at that point?
I did not.
Okay. What did specifically Joanne tell you that he had taken from her?
Her Adderall, her Suboxone, and her cell phone.
And did she tell you whether or not that cell phone even had any service?
It was a non-functioning.
And do you know what Suboxone is?
Yes.
What is it?
Suboxone's used for heroin addicts.
And do you know what Adderall is?
Adderall is like an antidepressant, I
So now,
believe.
she told you that he had shown up and stolen those items.
Correct.
In fact, did she give you any other information, like a description about Daniel Nowicki?
Yeah, she provided his descriptors, male white, I believe he's 6'4", he was wearing all black, he has tattoos on his face, I apologize.
Did she describe a size?
He big, like I believe she said he was 6'4", over 200 pounds.
And did you learn whether or not he had his own prescription for Suboxone?
I did learn that.
Okay. After you took this report from Joanne outside that vehicle on that winter morning, what did you do next?
I advised Joanne that I would follow her back to the house. I advised her to get in her car and drive back to the house. I would follow her, and that I would have other officers meet me there, and we can confirm that the house was a safe place for them to be, considering the attire of the boys. They didn't need to be outside in the middle of December.
So the point of going back to the house instead of the police station, there was more than one reason?
Yes, again, the attire of the boys. And then I wanted to confirm that there was nobody else in the house and they were safe to return to the residence.
Did you go, okay, so once you directed to go back to the house, and how far was 94 Dole Avenue from that Taco Bell?
It's a minute away.
And I think we provided the addresses 420 West Virginia Street for the Taco Bell?
Correct.
How long did it take you to get from the Taco Bell to the Dole Street address?
It's probably a minute drive. It's right around the corner.
How much time did you spend at that Taco Bell taking the report from Joanne?
Only a few minutes.
Did you request the assistance of your fellow officers?
I did.
And for what purpose was that?
I needed him to meet me at the residence so we could clear the residence and ensure that there was no intruders in the house.
And that's because you were concerned for the safety involving Daniel Nowicki, correct?
Yes, the safety of Joanne and the boys, and then to ensure Daniel was not there.
So it had been your understanding there had been a theft, a robbery, and a battery?
Correct.
At that point. Who responded to assist you at that point?
So Sergeant Rengie, and then Officer Trimpe, and Officer Lloyd Meadus.
Did you do anything, as you drove to the Dole Street address, did you do anything else to follow up with Joanne's allegations? Well, let me ask you this. Did you disseminate any other information to your fellow officers?
Yeah, so prior to actually leaving the parking lot, I came over the air and advised of Daniel's description so that other officers in the area could be on the lookout for him to try to make contact.
And that was documented in the CADS reports over the radio, is that
Correct.
And you document he was 6'4", all black, with face tattoos?
Yes.
And to look for him?
Correct.
In fact, you did author a 13-page police report in this case, is that right?
I did.
Was that documented or police report, Crystal Lake Police Report 18-025586?
Yes, ma'am.
Are you the primary author of that police report?
I am.
Did any of your fellow officers respond to the call you made about Dan Nowicki in the neighborhood?
Yes.
Who was that?
Officer Green, I think multiple people or multiple officers were driving around town on the lookout for him and clearing different areas. But Officer Green actually ended up locating Daniel and made contact with him.
In fact, you were made aware of that, is correct?
Correct. He came over the air.
In fact, it came over the air that Daniel Nowicki was located at 8:30 a.m.
Correct.
And that he actually gave his version of the events and what had happened before 8 o'clock in the morning. Is that right?
Yes, ma'am.
What was that?
He advised that Joanne had come after his medications, called him names, and he decided to leave the residence to try to de-escalate the situation. And
So he accused her of stealing his Suboxone.
correct.
Now, I want to talk about getting back to the house. On your way back to the house, did you run what's called a leads
Inquiry.
inquiry?
Yes, ma'am.
And what's that?
That's a check of the license plate status on the vehicle.
And did you run a leads inquiry on Joanne Cunningham?
I did.
What did you learn at that time?
Her driver's license privileges had been suspended.
By the way, did you also run Nowicki, right about the
I did run Newark as well.
And once you got back to the house, did you, I'm sorry, how did Joanne get back to the house?
She drove her car with the two boys in the back.
And you followed, correct?
I followed the vehicle
And
to
while
the
en
residence.
route, you learned that her driver's license was suspended.
Correct.
When you got to it didn't take you very long to get back to the house?
No,
Upon arrival, were you met there by your fellow officers?
I was.
Would that be Sergeant Rengie and Officers Trimpe and Midas?
Correct.
Did you then ask Joanne for anything prior to entering the house?
I asked her if we had permission to enter the house to check for Daniel or anybody else that might be in the residence.
At that point, did you and your fellow officers go in the house?
Yes.
Where was Joanne when you went into the house?
I had Joanne stay in the car with the boys.
What did you do next?
We entered the house through a side door. which enters directly into the kitchen area. And then we searched, we did a methodical search of the house, confirming that there was nobody else in the
So
residence.
you're searching the entire premises for a safety check, correct?
Yes.
Upon entering that house, tell us what, if anything, unusual did you see?
The house was disgusting. The kitchen floor had been torn up. There was the subflooring, jagged, rough edges of the subflooring that were obviously clearly visible. The ceiling in the kitchen, there was open holes in the ceiling. I could see piping through the open holes in the ceiling. There was a door, looked like covered in feces. It was a brown substance covering the door. The smell was atrocious. That was just in the kitchen.
Okay. So, and you, as you stated, had to go where you went, room to room, ensuring that Daniel Nowicki was not in the house as a danger.
Correct.
Was the remainder of the house in a similar condition as the kitchen?
It was disgusting. There was piles of clothes everywhere. There was urine on the floor. There was feces on the floor. It was in disrepair. The fireplace was black, appeared to be in disrepair. There were broken windows open. The smell of urine and feces was overwhelming.
Did you go into the upstairs bedrooms?
Yes.
And did you go into the upstairs bathroom?
Yes.
Tell us what stood out to you in those various rooms upstairs.
So what appeared to be a child's room, there was I call it a toddler bed. So it's a crib that's missing the four sides. The one side's down, so it's three-sided. There was that. There was in disarray. There was a mattress on the floor with sheets on the floor. There was feces on the floor. There was a diaper pail that was overflowing. There was a garbage can overflowing with pull-ups or diapers. There was a garbage can that was overflowing with diapers and pull-ups spilling onto the floor, and the window was open. It was quite cold in the house.
After you cleared the house and determined that Daniel Nowicki wasn't inside, what did you do next?
I went out and advised Joanne and the boys that they could come inside,
And where had they been prior to that?
in the car waiting.
And you said those boys have any shoes on?
They did not.
So how did they come into the house?
Yes, Joanne and the two boys both walked all of their own volition into the house.
Was Joanne wearing shoes?
She was,
But neither boy.
neither boy.
And each boy walked themselves into the house.
Correct.
Once you got inside the house, did you have to actually, at 8:13 a.m., call Taco Bell?
I did.
Why was that?
Joanne couldn't find her purse, and she believes she left it inside the Taco Bell when she went in to make the 911 call.
And did you receive a response back from Taco Bell?
I did. Taco Bell had advised that they did indeed have her purse, and they would put it behind the counter.
Now, once you got inside the house with Joanne and it had been determined to be no Nowicki in the house, what did you do next?
So I was having a conversation with Joanne about the whole situation for the Daniel, her relationship with Daniel, all the information regarding what was stolen, all that kind of just went through, because it was a brief conversation we had outside of Taco Bell. So I was having a more in-depth conversation with regarding the incident that occurred.
Okay, and did she then fill in the details regarding the theft?
And it was basically the same story that she'd given me. But yeah, he'd come and then wanting money, and then he, apparently on his way out without her knowledge, had apparently taken her Suboxone, Adderall, and her phone.
Based upon the condition of that house, did you take any additional steps as a police officer?
Yes.
Tell us what that was.
So Officer Trumpy was there at the house with me. So we had a patrol camera within our squad cars. So I requested he go out to his car and retrieve the camera so that he could take pictures so we could document the conditions of the residents.
And did you specifically document that it was unacceptable living conditions for a home with 2 young children?
I did.
And that's overall contained in your police report.
Yes, ma'am.
And you indicated that the temperature was cool.
Yes, ma'am.
Did you bring that to Joanne's attention?
I did.
What did she do after you told her that?
She closed the window in the kitchen and then proceeded to go upstairs to close. I followed her upstairs and she closed the upstairs bedroom in the boys' room.
Based upon the condition of the house, you're photographing it, was other police action taken
Yes.
that day?
So Officer Trumpy called Building and Zoning and requested they arrive at the residence because of the conditions of it. It looked uninhabitable, in my opinion, but they are the knowledge on that. So Officer Trumpy contacted Building and Zoning to have them come out and get their opinion and for them to make a report.
In response to your fellow officer's call based upon that unsafe living conditions for 2 children, did building and zoning arrive at that 94 Dole Street address at approximately 8:47?
They did arrive, and Joanne denied them entry.
Did you ask Joanne anything about the kitchen floor?
She blamed it on the dog?
The torn floor was blamed on the dog?
Yes, she said the torn floor was caused by the dog.
And while you were in the kitchen with Joanne, pointing out these things in the house, did you see where the children were?
The children had been running around playing. AJ and Parker, sorry, I don't know if,
Did you know the children's name?
I had identified him at the house.
Okay,
So-
and one of the children's name was AJ?
Correct.
Was that the older child,
Yes,
the 5-year-old?
he's the 5-year-old.
And the younger child?
Was Parker,
And how old was he? Do you-
3.
Did you see, had they changed clothes?
So yeah, they'd been running around. Parker had put on a whole bunch of clothes, and AJ had walked into the kitchen, and he had taken off his T-shirt and was standing in front of me in just a diaper.
The 5-year-old standing on just a diaper?
Yes, ma'am.
And when AJ came into the kitchen wearing just that diaper, did he go anyplace within the kitchen or do anything that drew your attention?
So there was an island in the middle of the kitchen. I was standing on one side of it, Joanne was standing on the far side of it, and there was a pile of old French fries, looked like McDonald's French fries, sitting on the counter, and he'd reach up to grab one of those French fries. When I saw him enter into the kitchen, I saw a horrific bruise on his side that literally took my breath away. It was shocking to me to see that kind of a bruise on this child.
Describe that kind of bruise that you saw on AJ.
It was purple and red and yellow. It was approximately the size of maybe a 16-inch softball. It stretched from the front of his hip all the way around to the back of his hip and kind of up his side into his ribs.
When you observed that bruise, who was present?
Joanne was standing there on the other side of the island.
You stated you were startled. Did you react upon seeing it?
I did, and I immediately asked AJ, I was like, oh my gosh, AJ, what happened to your side? And he paused and looked at Joanne, and she looked down at him and said, Lucy did that to you, didn't she? And AJ just looked at me and nodded. Yes.
What was Joanne's demeanor like when that happened?
She was very calm.
Did you ask her did she tell you that whether she'd seen the bruise before?
She did not.
In fact, did she affirm to you that this was the first she was seeing it?
Yes.
Did you see a dog in the house?
There was a boxer type dog that had been in the house running around when we arrived.
You say a boxer type dog?
Yes, and I have boxers of my own, so I recognize the breed. She was female, slender, I'd guess maybe 60 pounds.
Did you believe the injury was caused by the dog?
Absolutely not.
What did you do at that point?
At that point, I stepped outside and I made a call to my sergeant and advised him that I was going to place Joanne under arrest for driving on suspended license, and that I wanted to take the children into protective custody, not only for what I was seeing on AJ, but for the total conditions of the house, the residence. There was no way I was going to be able, I could leave these children there in those conditions, and then AJ's bruise just impacted and compounded that.
So we're real clear. Did you take protective custody just because you were arresting Joanne for suspended license?
No.
Does any of your documentation in this case, including your subsequent call to DCFS, ever say the only reason you took protective custody was because you arrested Joanne Cunningham for driving on a suspended license?
Absolutely not.
Did you arrest Joanne at 9:20
I did.
a.m.?
Yes.
And what was the basis for that arrest?
Driving on a suspended license.
Where did that arrest take place?
It took place at 94 Dole.
What was Joanne's reaction to that?
She was very calm. She understood she was driving on a suspended license, and she was very calm.
Tell us, describe the process of the arrest, how the
So
logistics happened.
because of the children involved in taking protective custody of them and needing to transport them to the station, I'm a car seat technician, or I was at that time. So I had advised Sergeant Rinchie that I would come to the station. His vehicle does not have the plastic molded seats. He has a regular seat in the back of his squad. That I needed to come to the station, install car seats in his squad car so that then he could come and then transport the boys safely to the police department. So Officer Trimpey and Officer Lademita stood by. I went to the station, did that, followed Sergeant Rinchie back to 94 Dole, at which point Officer Trimpey and Officer Midas put handcuffs on Joanne. I kept the boys in a separate room. They handcuffed Joanne, walked her out to the squad. Officer Chimpry transported her to the station, and then I carried the boys out to Sergeant Renge's car and secured them in car seats, and then followed him up and the boys up to the station.
Did you find any additional clothes or shoes for the boys?
I did not. I found some. I didn't find shoes. I found a pair of pants for AJ. So he had pants, and we found a shirt for him to wear, and then had a very difficult time finding shoes. We finally found some mismatched shoes, but we couldn't find shoes for the kids anywhere in all that mess.
Well, you took protective custody of AJ and Parker, is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And tell us what that is.
Protective custody is when, as an officer, you deem that they're not safe in the environment that they're in, and with the adult supervision that they have, they're not safe.
Have you ever taken protective custody of children prior to that date?
I believe I've only done it once. It's a big deal.
Where, and did you obtain the car seats and transport them to the police station at about 9:36?
Yes.
a.m.? Where were the children taken?
They were taken into it's our roll call room, where we have a television and tables and chairs for them to sit and kind of hang out and color and watch cartoons.
And what was their demeanor like at that time?
They were fine. AJ was talkative. AJ had a little personality. Parker was very subdued. Parker was very quiet, and he leaned very much on his brother's direction of where to go, what to do. But Parker didn't talk really at all, but AJ did.
In fact, did he have the same demeanor in front of his mother?
Yes.
Okay. Where was Joanne placed?
She was in what's called our TDF, our temporary detention facility.
Did you speak to Joanne Cunningham after you arrived at the police station?
I did.
In fact, did you advise her of her Miranda warnings?
I did.
And did you ask her again, was that in interview room 01?
Correct, and that's within our TDF facility.
And did you ask her again about the bruise?
I did. And she adamantly advised that she had no idea how it got in there, which previously she told me the dog had done it, but in my interview with her, she adamantly advised she had no idea how the bruise had happened.
Did you ask her anything about changing her son's diaper that day?
I did. I asked her if she put a pull-up on him the previous evening, and she advised she couldn't remember.
Was this before DCFS arrived or after?
After.
Okay. Did you have a separate interview or any conversation with AJ?
I did.
Who was? And where was that?
That was in our roll call room.
And while in the roll call room, tell us what happened.
So I got down on AJ's level. As a child, obviously, somebody towering you're scary. So I sat in a chair next to him and sat eye to eye with him and asked him again if he could tell me for sure, like, how the bruise had happened, what had happened to him. And he again told me that Lucy must have done it.
Did he say Lucy?
I'm sorry, I did not hear what you just said.
I'm sorry. So I got down on eye level with him in a chair and asked him again how he'd gotten the injury, how he'd gotten the bruise. And he again advised that Lucy must have done it.
Must have done it by putting her paw on him?
Correct,
stepping on him?
jumping on him.
Did you place a hotline call to DCFS?
I did.
Describe that process.
So we have a 1-800 number that we call. I advised I had taken children into protective custody and had arrested the mom for driving on a suspended license. And then they'll ask certain questions about parents, mom, dad, any information we have as far as birth dates, phone numbers, all that kind of information. And then I described my whole purpose for calling. I described the residence, I described AJ's bruise, and my concerns.
Okay. And you described the dynamics of Joanne calling 911.
I did. I explained the reason I had arrested her and how we'd even gotten there.
You named the household members of 94 Dole, is that right?
That is correct.
In fact, you included that it involved that the boyfriend was established that he didn't take her meds.
Correct.
And that during that investigation, you saw the bruise.
Correct.
And in that hotline call, you said you were concerned about the bruise because the mom said it was from a dog, and you said in that hotline call it wasn't from a dog.
Correct. In my experience, there's no way a dog could have caused trauma like that.
Did you then mention that the mother had been arrested for the separate act of driving on a suspended license.
I did.
Did you also, during that initial hotline call to DCFS, say anything about Joanne's drug use?
I did.
What did you say?
Well, because I obviously know Suboxone is used for heroin addicts. And then Joanna told me that she was clean, and I advised them that if she was clean, it hadn't been for very long, because she was in layman's terms, she was in rough condition. She looked like a heroin addict.
So in that very first call, when you are calling DCFS, because you took protective custody, you are alerting them to all these other facts.
Yes.
Did you tell them about the condition of the house?
Yes, in detail. I described the floor, the feces, the ceiling falling in, how cold it was in there.
And did you use the word disgusting?
I did.
Did you also say you didn't know if Parker had any injuries because his whole body hadn't been exposed?
Correct.
Was that a concern of yours?
Yes.
Did you also tell them that the paramour was on Suboxone?
Yes.
The whole reason for this 911 call, the incident before 8 in the morning? And did you give them your police report number for reference?
I did.
Okay. After making that hotline call, indicating that you had taken protective custody of 2 children, with all that information, did DCFS respond?
Yes, they advised that someone would call me shortly, and approximately, I believe it was around 9:30. I got a call from DCFS Carlos Acosta.
And how did you know that this person's name was Carlos Acosta?
He indicated that who he was when he called.
Had you ever worked with him before?
I have.
So you,
I recognized him to be a DCFS worker.
okay. And did you recognize his voice?
Yes.
Okay. Did you then proceed to have a conversation with a specific DCFS worker separate and apart from the hotline call, this person, Carlos Acosta?
Yes, I talked to Carlos and explained the whole scenario from why we got called out to where we were at that moment in time.
Did you tell him about the responses you received about how the bruise occurred?
Yes.
Tell us.
So I advised him that I had made a terrible mistake by asking AJ about how he got injured in front of his mother.
Why do you think that was a mistake, Officer Shipbaugh?
Because he wouldn't answer. He directly looked to his mother, who then answered for him. I will tell you, that when she leaned down to tell him how it happened, all the hair on my arms stood up. And I knew at that moment that I should have pulled him aside and asked him without her presence, but it caught me so off guard when I saw it. I just asked him. So I explained to Carlos about Joanne's influence on AJ's response. I explained to him the intensity of the bruise. I explained to him that in my belief, there is no way that a dog could have possibly done that to him.
Do you need a minute off?
Okay.
Did Carlos Acosta arrive at that police station at approximately 11:06?
He did.
Do you see him here in court today?
I do.
Please point to him, describe an article of clothing that he's wearing.
He's directly behind you with a gray tie.
Your Honor, may the record reflect the in-court identification of the defendant, Carlos Acosta.
The record will reflect the in-court identification of the defendant Acosta.
Upon meeting with defendant Acosta, what, if anything, did he say to you?
So I met with Carlos when he arrived. I, again, explained the situation to him in person, and then I directed him to AJ and Parker's location in our roll call room.
Were you conducting your own investigation at that point as well?
Yes.
Did he bring up having a joint investigation or having any further cooperation, or did he ask you to do anything?
No.
What did he do first after arriving at the police station?
And I'll be honest, I'm not sure. I then left him to do his interviews with the boys. There were other officers that are in the station that were in the area. So I went back into the temporary detention facility with Joanne to work on her processing. So I left him to do his interviews, but I don't know who he interviewed first or if they were together or in what room in our station they were in.
So you weren't there while he was conducting his interview. And I forgot to ask you, did you took some pictures of AJ's bruises?
I asked AJ if I could take some pictures of his bruises, and he agreed. And so I took just some real quick little snapshots of his bruising.
And did you do that before Carlos Acosta arrived?
Yes, and of his face, his whole body.
And once Carlos Acosta there, you don't know whether he didn't ask to use any of your equipment for interviews?
Not to me, no ma'am.
Did you inject yourself into his investigation?
I did not.
Why not?
DCFS does their own questioning and their own style of handling, investigating their case, and it's not our place to step in.
How long was Carlos Acosta at the Crystal Lake Police Department?
I believe it was less than an hour.
And do you know what the Child Advocacy Center is?
I do know the Child Advocacy Center.
Was there any suggestion?
Not to me.
You said he was there for under an hour,
I believe so.
and he was doing his interviewing Joanne and the kids, and you were separate. Did you provide him with any of your information, either any of the photographs in this case, or?
They were not provided to him, no.
Okay. While Costa was speaking to Joanne, did anyone arrive to bond her out?
A short time after, so I believe Mr. Acosta started her interview around 11:38, I believe, something close to that. He concluded a little afternoon and came out, and then Joanne wasn't released until, I believe, like 12:53, close to 1 o'clock that afternoon.
Did Carlos Acosta approach you to tell you what he was doing with respect to his investigation?
So I asked him what the next steps were. I didn't know if we needed to transport the boys to the hospital or to the CAC. I wasn't sure where he was and what he might need, so I approached him to find out what our next steps were regarding what he might need.
And what did he tell you?
He advised that he was releasing the boys to their mother to take them to see a doctor.
What was your reaction to that?
I was not pleased. I told him there's no way that we could release these boys to her not knowing how this injury occurred. First of all, the house is disgusting. There's no way those children should be going back to that residence. And I don't know who did this to AJ. To me, it clearly wasn't the dog, and I was not comfortable with AJ walking out with somebody who potentially had done this to him.
And at that point, Nowicki had been located. He was out walking around, right?
Correct.
And did you tell Carlos Acosta about who the family members were living in that house?
That information was provided initially to the hotline. I don't recall specifically talking to.
Was there mention of Andrew Freund living there, senior?
Yes.
Okay. So Carlos Acosta told you that he was going to let the children leave with Joanne?
Yes, on the stipulation that she had to take him directly to a doctor to have the injury looked at.
Well, how did they plan on getting any place, right?
Right. So
She's arrested for driving on a suspended license and doesn't have a car.
correct. So apparently a family friend had been contacted, and that family friend had arrived at our police department to transport Joanne and the boys.
And at this point, were you having no part of the protective custody decision or how she was getting from point A to point B?
Correct. It had been turned over to DCFS's hands, and essentially I was out of the loop at that point.
How long did you spend talking to Carlos Acosta about this critical decision to let protective custody that you took lapse?
Minutes. I mean, I raised my concern that I don't think they should be let out, let to walk away with her. And he advised me that he was going to let her take him to the doctor, and then he would follow up.
In fact, did you have to go get car seats for somebody?
I did. So when the gentleman arrived to take Joanne and the boys wherever he was going to take them, I asked if he had car seats. He did not. So with Joanne's permission, I returned to 94 Dole. Her car had been left unsecured. It was unlocked. So I took the car seats out of her vehicle, brought them up to the station, and provided them to Joanne and the gentleman to be able to take the boys safely.
Are you aware of whether there was any conversations with this, another third party who was coming to pick up Joanne?
I am not aware of any, no.
No questions?
No, ma'am.
Nobody asked you to run a leads inquiry?
No, ma'am.
Would you have done so?
Yes, absolutely.
At that point, did Carlos Acosta ask you for any of your information regarding a police report from you?
No,
Did he ask for you to run any lead sheets?
no,
Did he ask you for any, it was at the Crystal Lake Police Department, did he ask you for any search on the 94 Dole Street address?
no.
After Joanne Cunningham bonded out, did you do any other investigative activity related to AJ?
No,
Well, were you expecting to, you believe that AJ was on his way to the doctor?
I was.
That Joanne had to take him there?
Correct.
Were you expecting a follow-up phone call from Carlos?
I don't know that I was necessarily me personally, but I had assumed that our police department would get follow-up from Carlos and the DCFS and regarding next steps as far as the outcome of the doctor's visit came up with.
Did the Crystal Lake Police Department receive any contact from any DCFS representative on December 18th?
No,
Did they receive any information of the Crystal Lake Police Department or yourself on December 19th?
no,
On December 20th, did you do something in furtherance with respect to this case?
yes, on December 20th, I called Carlos to find out the status of the medical examination
And why did you do that?
because I had grave concern for both AJ and Parker, and I wanted to know where we were in the process of furthering this investigation.
And did Carlos Acosta actually accept a phone call from you?
He did.
Did you have a conversation with him?
I did.
And did you recognize his voice?
I did.
And what did he tell you at that time?
He advised me that AJ had been seen by a medical professional. The doctor had advised them that they were not a forensic specialist and couldn't determine how the injury had occurred. It could have been a football, it could have been a belt, it could have been a dog. They had no idea. That was all the information he provided to me.
Did he ever provide you any information about conflicting statements later made by AJ?
Never.
Did he ever provide you with any information? He told you that the doctor said she wasn't a forensic expert. In fact, that's documented in your report.
Yes, ma'am.
Did anyone ever tell you that the doctor requested that AJ be seen by a forensic specialist?
No.
Did she, to both assess the pattern bruise injury or to conduct a forensic interview?
No.
You were not made aware that that was the doctor's recommendation?
Correct.
Did you ever tell Carlos Acosta that you did not intend to file any charges in this case?
No.
In fact, you did file a summary suspension violation, right?
Correct.
Why didn't you file any charges in this case?
Because I needed more information. There's 3 people living in the residence. At that point, I wasn't able to determine who or what had caused the injury, so I was waiting for more detailed information.
Did you clear this case exceptionally?
I did.
What does that mean?
Exceptionally means a crime has been committed, but that there are no charges have been filed at that point.
Were you ever, after December 20th, contacted by Carlos Acosta again, or
No.
any members of DCFS with respect to this case?
No.
Now then. Before I start showing you some photographs, officership, you were concerned with the decision to let protective custody lapse. It was actually not lapsed, it gave the children back.
Yes,
After you
100%.
took what you called an extraordinary step in removing them in protective custody, is that right?
Yes.
Although you disagreed with it, you didn't do any further steps to overrule that call?
I had gone to my command staff, and I honestly don't recall who in particular. We have a hallway, and they change every few years, so I don't remember who I'd gone into, but I had my camera with the pictures, and I showed them the pictures of AJ's hip, and I said, Carlos is letting this child walk away with his mother. I don't agree with this. Is there any way we can stop it? And I was told that it's now been turned over to DCFS, and it's now in their court to handle.
Okay. Now I want to look through a series of photographs, and these will be marked. They're marked Group A. That's stipulations, so we'll be going through them. They have previously been shown to council, and we're going to go through Group A1 through 17. Officer Schiffer, I am going to show you People's Group A 1 through 17. These are a series of photographs, actually a map and some photographs. Did you and I look through all of these previously?
Yes, ma'am.
And is Group A1, is that a satellite map that would aid in your testimony of the location of the Taco Bell, the 94 Dole Street address, as well as the police station?
Yes, ma'am.
And A2 is a photograph of the exterior of the 94 Dole Street address at a later date in April of 2019.
Yes, ma'am.
But does that truly and accurately depict what the house looks like?
Yes.
Or looked like on the 18th, but for the temperature?
Yes.
And then People's Exhibits number A3 through 16. Are those a series of photographs taken by your fellow officers of the home?
Yes.
And do they truly and accurately depict what you were looking at on December 18th, 2018, when you cleared that house and further investigated it for dangerous conditions?
Yes, ma'am.
And People's Exhibit number A17, is that a later picture taken of, that shows Lucy, the dog?
Yes, ma'am.
And is it truly and accurately depict what the dog looked like, although she was loose when you
Yes.
saw it, right?
Correct.
Your Honor, at this time, I'm going to ask that the exhibit symbols be stricken from People's Group A1 through 17, and will be allowed to publish and go through them.
Any objection?
No objection, Judge.
Any objection? All right, they will all be admitted without objection. And you may publish them.
Thank you. Officer Shippa, take a look behind you at People's Group A1. On that photograph, can you see where the 94 Dole Street address is, as well as the Taco Bell? Well, show me the Taco Bell at 420 West Virginia. You want you first.
Do you want me to get up?
Your Honor, may she just get up and demonstrate?
You may.
Thank you.
Is this the only screen, by the way, that we have in this courtroom?
I think so for today. We'll be having another one Wednesday.
That is, Judge, that's it.
It is. Okay.
94 Dole.
Yes.
So 94 Dole is located right here.
Okay. Now show us where the Taco Bell is.
Taco Bell's right here. So this is straight drive.
So that was a quick drop. And also on, it's going to be too high for you
Yep.
to reach. Can you
Right-
see
right there on the corner of that
where
red
the
is
police department is?
That's the Crystal Lake Police Department. Again, straight shot down Dole Avenue.
So you got to all those places fairly quickly?
Yes, ma'am.
On the morning of December 18th?
Yes, ma'am.
I'm now going to show you People's Exhibit Group A2. Tell us what that's a photograph of, please.
That's 94 Dole Avenue.
And that's got a date stamp on it, April 19th, on a later day. Does that
Correct.
truly and accurately depict the basic outside of the house?
Yes.
Now, moving to A3. Oop, can you tell it? Oop, sorry. Touchy clicker. Officer Shippa, can you tell us what's depicted in this photograph?
So this is the living room area with a faulty defunct fireplace, clothes strewn everywhere. There's a child's porta potty chair sitting in the room.
Now, there's a child in that photograph.
That's correct. That would be Parker.
And did Parker put those clothes on his own self?
He did.
He's 3.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And what can be seen in that photograph that stood out to you?
The disarray of everything. Again, the porta potty in the middle of the floor there. Just, again, the fireplace wasn't supposedly their source of heat, but it appeared to be in dysfunction.
And the temperature of that house was?
Cold. It was quite cool. I keep my house at 62, and it was colder than my house.
Showing you People's Group A4.
This is the fireplace that they allegedly were using for heat.
Okay. And is there some Christmas decorations?
Yeah, it looks like stockings hanging.
And what is significant about that photograph by way of?
It's all black and it's full of soot.
And is there paint peeling?
Yeah, there's paint peeling off the top of right above it, and it didn't appear to be functional.
People's Exhibit A5. Is that just a,
That's a close-up of above the fireplace, the paint peeling away and the soot.
and it was your concern, part of the reason you called building and zoning, that this was being used as a source of heat?
Correct, and it didn't appear to be in working order.
Moving on to People's Group A6. Are we now looking at another room?
So this is the dining room area. So the kitchen's up in that left corner, walks through. There's a dining room table that's covered in clothes and looks like there's dog beds underneath, just stuff everywhere.
Is there a child's high chair in the foreground?
There is, it's kind of in the middle of the room.
Showing you People's A7. Is that another view of the same room?
Correct, that's just another angle of that dining room table, the high chair and articles of stuff everywhere.
Moving on to People's A8. What are we looking at here, Officer Schippa?
So this is the kitchen floor. To the left there is the island. I was actually standing when I was having a conversation with Joe on the opposite side of that. But that's the island and the kitchen floor on the side of it where the floor has been all torn up and the subflooring is out and ragged, all jagged edges.
Okay, and so you were actually physically there and could see close up those edges on the floor?
Yes, ma'am.
Was it your opinion that that was safe for children who weren't wearing shoes?
No, ma'am.
And was that the same room where you saw the bruise?
Correct.
And was that the island where you saw AJ reaching for old French fries?
Yes, ma'am.
Moving on to People's Group Exhibit Number A9. Is this another room in that house?
Yes, this is like a little parlor. Again, full of children's toys, clothing. Looks like there's another dog bed. Off to the right, there's like 3 like Christmas wine glasses. One's tipped over.
There's 3 wine glasses off to the side. You
Yeah,
want
right here. There's 3 wine glasses here.
They
This
have-
is some kind of board where they had nails and stuff in it.
to, is there a cord?
Yeah, there's all these loose cables, and I don't even know where they're going to with TV. All these loose cables that one can get entrapped in.
This room was also concerning to you.
Absolutely.
Going to move on to People's Group A10. Is that one of the upstairs bedrooms?
It is.
What was concerning about that photograph?
All of it. There was a window open, the paint and everything peeling off the walls.
You said the window was open?
Yes, ma'am.
Was the window, oh, okay. And the temperature was?
Quite cold. I don't know exact.
I'll show you People's Group Exhibit Number A11. What are we looking at now? Another room in that house?
So this is the hallway bathroom. There was discoloration in the toilet. I don't know if it was from humans or just age. I don't really know, but that was the flooring's torn up here as well. This section right here, you can see the flooring's lifted and torn here as well.
Did you also believe that was sharp and unsafe?
Yes.
Did you have any concerns that there was mold in any of these places? Or-
I could only assume. I didn't see, but during the condition of the flooring and being that was a bathroom, it gets wet, I could only imagine what was further under there.
And was that the point of calling building and zoning?
Yes.
That Joanne refused to allow in?
Correct.
Moving into People's A12, are we looking at another bedroom?
This is another bedroom.
And what is noticeable about that bedroom?
It's cluttered. I'm not even sure what was stored up underneath the bed here. It looks like cans of something. I don't even know what they were.
And, okay, and both children were mobile and
Had-
walking,
Yeah, I had access to that room.
despite being 5 years old and wearing a pull-up.
Correct.
People's Exhibit Number A13. In that room, what did you observe there?
That's urine on the floor.
And did it appear to be urine, and did it smell like
It
urine?
smelled like urine.
That's in a bedroom. I'm going to show you A14. What is that?
That's also urine in a different spot in the bedroom or the room.
That is a different room.
Yeah,
That is a different puddle of
that's
urine.
a different part of the room. I'm not sure if that was the same room as the one previous or not, but it was another puddle of urine.
It's not leaked from the same puddle.
Correct.
People's Exhibit Number A15. Is this another bedroom?
This is another, I believe this to be AJ's room. Again, there's the, like a child's bed here, window open, there's a child's like porta potty pieces here, there's a diaper pail overflowing. You can't see in this picture, but there was an actual garbage can overflowing. I'm not sure what was tipped over there. I don't know if that was a lamp.
Is there, okay, look up what's leaning, the window you said is open.
Yeah.
Is there also a large wooden mass leaned up against
Yeah,
the
that
wall?
looks like some type of piece of wooden furniture of some sort, but could also be dangerous leaning up haphazardly in the room.
And that's a toddler's bed that you see within the room?
Correct, as well as a mattress on the floor.
So there's a porta potty, there's potty chairs and an overflowing diaper pail.
Correct.
So you believe, is there a mattress with a pillow and a tangle of sheets in the middle of that room?
There is,
Was that concerning to you?
yes.
Why?
To have a 3-year-old that's in a room with a tangle of sheets there is concerning and obviously injure themselves. And why is there a mattress laying on the floor in the middle of the room?
So that you believe another adult was maybe sleeping in that room?
Potentially.
Moving to people's group A16. Is
So-
that the same room?
Yeah, that's the same room, and you can clearly see there's a lamp with a cord laying on the floor there underneath the toddler bed, plus another lamp here with a cord, and then there's appears to be dog feces on the floor.
Okay, and obviously you were there. You could smell what we are seeing.
Yes, the overwhelming smell of urine and feces in that house. I can't even explain it.
I'm going to show you people's exhibit number A17. Is this a photograph of Lucy?
Yes, ma'am.
And does that truly and accurately depict basically what the dog looked like when you saw her?
It does.
And when you saw her, was she wasn't in a crate?
No, she was free roaming.
Now, Officer Shipwright talked about that you took some photographs of AJ
I did.
and the bruise,
I did.
and then with your own hands.
I did.
I've previously shown the council people's group B, 1 through 5. Officer Shipwright, did you and I look through these 5 photographs?
Yes, ma'am.
Earlier today, as well as on prior occasions, and all of these truly and accurately depict how AJ looked on December 18th, 2018 in that police station.
100%.
Photograph is bruised. Your Honor, at this time, I ask that the exhibit symbols be stricken and I be allowed to publish People's Group B 1 through 5.
Any objection?
No objection.
All right, People's Group B 1 through 5 are all admitted without objection and may be published.
Officer Shipwright, here's People's Group B 1. Can you tell us what we're looking at there?
So that's AJ with Parker behind him. We bought them Happy Meals, so they were in our roll call room, at one of our tables there with Happy Meals. And I'd asked AJ if I could take pictures of his injury, and he had agreed. So he picked up his shirt and kind of pulled his pants and his underwear there down so I could take a picture. And I took a full body shot of him so that it was clear that this was on him.
In fact, you bought meals for everybody, right? Joanne included?
Joanne had received a meal as well, yes.
Let's look at B2. Is this a close-up of the same photograph that you took?
It is, and in this picture, you can notice on both sides of his eyes, he's got bruising and red abrasions, as well as a bloody flat lip. And then there's also a mark on the end of his nose.
I'm going to show you People's Exhibit number B3. Tell us what we're looking at here.
So I was trying to get it kind of a better shot, so AJ kind of pulled his hand away there, and that's me kind of holding his underwear down on the side there, trying to get a clearer shot, a close shot of the bruising, or the injury.
And the injury wraps really from his hip towards his buttocks?
Correct, so it's all the way on this front corner here, and it wraps around his hip onto his buttocks.
And there's a separation where there's a scrape and a bruise, actually more towards his abdomen. Is that correct?
Correct.
Let's look at People's Group Exhibit B4. Is that another picture of the injury?
Yes, it's another angle picture that has it as the injury continued to wrap around to his backside.
And is that your fingers holding it?
Same fingernails, that is me.
And you're not a doctor, you couldn't undress him or gown him?
No. No, and I was trying to not be evasive. I just wanted to get some quick documentation of what I was seeing so that I could represent it to other people. So those were just quick snapshots so I could document the injuries at that time.
Was it your anticipation that they would be photographed by a medical professional?
100%.
Harris People's Group B5.
And that's just another angle of that same injury on his right hip.
No,
That's all.
that is all. May I have just a moment?
You may.
I have nothing further of Officer Schiffer.
All right, it is now 12 o'clock. We are going to take a break, and then we'll resume the cross-examination. So if everyone could be back here at 1:15 for that purpose.
Judge, may I ask a question?
Yes,
How late do you anticipate going this evening?
it's going to, we're going to go probably between 4 and 5. It's going to depend somewhat. I generally like to finish witnesses' testimony, so if somebody's on the stand and we can get them done, then I might end up, going to 5. And then on the other hand, also, I wouldn't put somebody on who's a long witness at 4:40. So probably 4:30 is a good guesstimate. Okay?
If I just bring this up, obviously technically these trials are severed. However, I don't feel that it's expenditure of time for me to repeat questions that co-counsel asked. They're the one defendant. I believe they're going to go first with a lot of witnesses. I would ask if I could adopt their cross-examination without having to repeat things.
Oh, absolutely. No, I am, because it's joined, I'm going to consider all evidence completely together.
Yes, ma'am.
I think you said 8:04 in the morning?
Approximately, yes.
And you were with her for a couple of minutes in the Taco Bell parking lot?
Yes.
And then you followed her to her home?
Correct.
And you were with her in her home for how long?
I placed her under arrest approximately 9:20, so almost an hour, at least an hour and 20 minutes approximately.
And then you continued to interact with her at the police department while she was in holding, through her being processed until she was released. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And she was released at what time?
Approximately 12:53, if I recall.
So from almost 8 o'clock in the morning to almost 1 o'clock in the afternoon, you were around her,
Yes,
correct?
ma'am.
During the time that, well, let me ask you about the call-out. You indicated that you believed the call-out was for a possible theft and a battery. The call-out was not for a battery, correct?
Yeah, I believe it was a theft at the residence.
Yeah. At the time that you received the call-out to report to Taco Bell, no one had reported a battery.
No.
You, in your interactions with Joanne, didn't make any observations of track marks?
I wasn't.
Correct.
I wasn't looking for track marks. I can't even honestly remember if she had a long sleeve or short sleeve shirt on.
Okay. But what observations you did make of her from almost 8 o'clock in the morning to almost 1 o'clock in the afternoon? You did not specifically observe track marks, correct?
I did not.
And you did not make any specific observations of intoxication in her, correct?
Correct.
After your initial meeting with Joanne at the Taco Bell, you directed her to drive her boys home, correct?
Correct.
And you followed them to their home?
Correct.
You wrote a police report about the incident, correct?
I did.
And that was following your entire interaction with Joanne, her two sons, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And you're trained in the writing of police reports?
I am.
The purpose of writing the police report is to summarize the exchange, correct?
Yes.
You put important details into your police report so that you remember them later. Is that fair to say?
Yes.
Okay. You would agree with me that you did not document in your December 18, 2018 police report anything about what the kids were or were not dressed in at the Taco Bell parking lot. Isn't that correct?
No.
What about it is incorrect?
I believe my police report states that they're in the back of the car in t-shirts and pull-ups.
You believe that it states it in the report?
Yes.
Is it Exhibit 19? Judge, can I have Exhibit 19?
Last one, fine.
May I approach the witness? Officer, I'm going to show you a copy of your December 2018 police report. It's been marked and introduced as Exhibit 19. Do you recognize that to be your report?
I do.
Can you take a moment to review the narrative part of your narrative part of the report?
I stand corrected.
You would agree with me the report does not reflect that the kids are only in t-shirts and diapers, correct?
Correct.
Doesn't say anywhere that they're not wearing pants.
Correct.
Doesn't say anywhere that they're not wearing shoes.
Correct.
Doesn't say anywhere that neither of them is in a coat.
Correct.
And you also did not report that information to DCFS when you made your mandated reporter call, is that correct?
I don't recall.
After meeting with Joanne and directing her to the house, you involved 3 other officers, a sergeant and 2 other officers, is that correct?
Correct.
All of you went to Joanne's home.
Correct.
She was cooperative with you?
Yes,
She allowed you to go into her home?
she did.
and allowed you to search it. Is that correct?
Yes.
And when you went into the home, that's when you noted its condition. Is that right?
Yes.
While you were in the house, you didn't test or start the fireplace, did you?
No.
You didn't see mold, correct?
I did not.
And you didn't record that you had seen any mold in the house?
No.
You didn't know whose room was whose in the house, correct?
You could tell children's rooms from adult rooms.
Did you ask whose room was whose?
I did not.
So you did not know who slept in what room, is that correct?
Correct.
There was urine in one room and a small pile of dog feces in another location, is that correct?
There were multiple, throughout the house, there were multiple piles of urine and dog feces.
How many?
I couldn't give you an exact count. I know there were multiple. There was more than one.
You did not document in your report that there was feces in the house, only the smell of feces, isn't that correct?
I'd have to review my report.
The photographs that you showed only one small pile of dog feces, is that correct?
That is correct.
And Joanne explained that the dog must have done it while they were away at Taco Bell, correct?
Yes.
The picture of Lucy that you identified, States Exhibit A17, that was not from December of 2018, correct?
Correct.
While you went through the house on December 18th, 2018, you did not see piles of garbage, correct?
Everything was mixed together. I couldn't decipher what was garbage and what was clothes and what was trash.
You didn't reflect in your report that you saw garbage in the house, did you?
No.
You referred to clutter and clothing, right?
Yes.
You didn't see exposed wiring in the house, correct?
I saw exposed pipes. I don't believe I saw exposed wiring.
You didn't see unusable sinks or toilets, is that correct?
They weren't tested.
You didn't see bugs?
Not in my brief encounter there, no.
You didn't see rodents?
No.
You didn't see broken glass?
Broken window, not broken glass.
While you were at the house, the boys were running around and playing, correct?
Yes.
They were both quite comfortable, correct?
I can't determine that. They were running around playing.
They seemed happy, correct?
They were running around and playing.
They did not seem afraid of Joanne, correct?
No.
That's a correct statement, correct?
They did not appear to be afraid of Joanne, correct?
You noticed the bruise on AJ at the house, right?
Correct.
Isn't it true that your characterization of asking about the bruise in the house, in the kitchen, on December 18th, 2018, differs in your report substantially from how you testified to it today?
I'm not sure I understand the question.
Well, today you indicated that when you asked about the bruise, you asked AJ about it, correct?
I did.
And in your report, you indicate that you asked Joanne about the bruise. Isn't that true?
I'd have to review my report.
Do you still have it in front of you,
I do.
officer? Can the witness review the...
She may.
So yes, and here I state that I asked Joanne, but
In your report that was authored in December of 2018, you indicate that you asked Joanne about the bruise, not AJ, correct?
correct.
And you indicate that Joanne is the one who asked AJ about the bruise. Is that correct?
She didn't ask AJ about it.
In
She
your
stated it
report,
was-
don't you indicate, I asked Joanne about the bruise and she advised she had not noticed it before. When she asked Andrew if Lucy had scratched him, he stated she had.
It says, after looking at it, she stated it must have been from Lucy.
And then what does it say, officer?
When she asked Andrew if Lucy had scratched him, he stated she had.
So you asked Joanne about the bruise and then Joanne asked AJ about the bruise. Is that correct?
In my report, that is correct, but I will tell you that while not everything verbatim is in my report, I asked AJ about the bruise.
You would agree with me that it does not anywhere in your report indicate that Joanne leaned down and whispered or talked into AJ's ear, correct? Notwithstanding your testimony today that it made the hair on your arms stand up when it happened.
Correct.
In fact, You don't indicate anywhere in your report that she influenced him or attempted to influence him, correct?
I did not state that.
You did not refer this case to the Child Advocacy Center at that time, when you had that exchange in the kitchen of Joanne Cunningham's house on December 18th, 2018, correct?
As a patrol officer, we never go to the CAC.
I didn't ask if you went to the CAC.
As a
My
patrol-
question's a little bit different. You did not refer this family to the Child Advocacy Center at that time on December 18th, 2018, correct?
Correct. As a patrol officer, that's not our position.
You did not contact investigations or anyone else at your department about referring the case to the Child Advocacy Center at that time, is that correct?
I did not, because it had been referred to DCFS.
Could you not have involved the CAC or the Child Advocacy Center at that time and directed DCFS to meet you there?
That's not our protocol as a patrol officer.
What training have you received in CAC protocol?
Our cases are transferred over to either investigations handles it after we've done our initial report, or if DCFS gets involved, it's then handled by DCFS. As a patrol officer, that's not something that I do.
I appreciate that, but that's not my question.
Okay.
What training have you received in CAC protocol?
None.
You decided to arrest Joanne for driving on a suspended license, is that correct?
I did.
Joanne was the only parent available at that time, is that correct?
She was the only parent at the house.
There was no other parent that you knew of at the house or available at that time
I
to
don't
take AJ or Parker?
I didn't know if they were available or not, but she was the only parent at the house.
Had you looked for alternative care for the children?
Absolutely not.
Joanne was transported separately to the police department and you took the boys back or you followed them back?
I followed them back.
You put them in the roll call room?
I did,
And how long were they in the roll call room?
until they were released back to Joanne.
So that's from approximately 9:30 to 1 o'clock?
Yes, ma'am.
And during that period of time that they're in the roll call room, they're separated from their mother, correct?
Yes,
She's in holding that entire time.
correct.
They're happy and playing while they're at the station, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
You had no issues communicating with AJ, right?
I did not.
He was talkative, is that right?
Yes.
He was comfortable?
Yes.
He was that same way when Joanne was around, is that correct?
Yes.
When you asked AJ about the bruise again while the kids were in the roll call room, was that before or after Carlos had interviewed him?
Before.
And how long did you talk to him for?
I honestly don't know. It'd be a guess.
Would you say it's more than 10 minutes?
If I had to guess, I'd say probably 15 or 20 minutes. I was in the room with him and Parker.
Just slow down a little bit for the court report, please.
Sorry.
What training have you received in interviewing children?
Just basic interviewing skills. We typically do not interview children other than basic questions. That's handled by specialists that handle those types of questioning.
What specialists?
Forensic interviewers, CAC, investigations.
And yet, at this point, you did not involve any of those specialists. Is that correct?
Correct. DCFS had already been called.
Notwithstanding DCFS having already been called, you re-interviewed AJ before Carlos did. Wasn't that just your testimony?
Yes, I again asked him how the injury had occurred and asked if I could take pictures.
You didn't refer the case to your internal investigations unit for a detective to participate?
No, again, because DCFS had been called.
You are generally aware that the CAC and other specialists discourage multiple interviews of a child, correct?
Yes.
After talking to AJ again at the department, you talked to Joanne while she was in custody about the bruise, is that correct?
I did.
Following that conversation with her, you processed her on the driving on suspended license charge and then released her, is that correct?
Yes.
You did not charge her with anything else?
I did not.
You did not charge her with a domestic battery.
No,
You did not charge her with aggravated battery to a child.
no,
You did not refer the case in your department for further investigation.
no, because it'd been turned over to DCFS.
You are aware that DCFS doesn't charge criminally,
I
correct?
do. I am aware.
You are aware of the process of a parallel criminal and DCFS investigation?
Correct.
You did not undertake a separate investigation.
No, my investigation at that point was on hold until DCFS furthered their investigation.
You didn't involve the state's attorney's office at any point in time?
No,
Following your interaction with the family on December 18th, you never sought a warrant for Joanne for domestic battery after the fact, is that correct?
correct.
You never called for review of the case by the state's attorney's office, felony review, or any other participation?
Correct.
You were, on December 18th, 2018, notified by Carlos that he was, after having consulted his supervisor, allowing protective custody to lapse. Is that correct?
Yes.
You indicated, I believe, in your direct testimony that you went to command.
Correct.
You don't know who you spoke to,
I do not.
but you did nothing further.
Correct. I went to my command staff, and I was advised that it's DCFS's case.
You were also notified that the ultimate investigation was being unfounded by DCFS because you were the mandated reporter. Is that correct?
Yes.
And that notification came to you in writing from the Department of Children and Family Services?
It would have, yes.
And it notified that you had 10 days to contest the finding. Is that correct?
I don't recall the notification. If that's the standard notification, then it would have, but I don't recall.
Is your memory exhausted as to what the notification looks like?
Yes.
Would reviewing a copy of the letter that was sent to you refresh your recollection about what notification you were given about your ability to object?
Yes.
Judge, if I could have one
You
moment.
may.
Officer, I'm handing you a redacted version of a letter that was sent
Okay.
January 7th, 2019.
Okay.
Does that refresh your recollection about the contents of the notification that you received in January of 2019 that this investigation was being unfounded?
Yes, I don't recall seeing this, but they're placed into our mailboxes. If it was sent, can only assume that my records division would have thrown it in my mailbox. I don't specifically recall seeing this, but
You would agree with me that the notification provides specific notice to you that you have 10 days to contest the result?
I would agree.
That's one moment.
Okay.
I have no further questions.
Thank you. Mr. McQuaid?
Officer, you indicated that Mr. Acosta told you that temporary custody was going to lapse, correct?
Told me he was releasing the children back to Joanne.
Okay. Where did that conversation take place?
I believe it was in the hallway of our police department.
Okay. Were you privy to any or were you present if Mr. Acosta was on the phone with his supervisor or anything like that prior to him telling you that he was giving up temporary custody?
I don't recall him overhearing conversations.
So
no.
that conversation just happened organically. He came to you and said, at this point, I'm releasing the kids to the mom.
Correct.
You disagreed with that, correct?
Yes, sir.
Was that the reason that you went to your command?
Correct.
And what did you tell or discuss with command in reaction to what you had just heard?
I showed them the pictures of AJ's injuries and advised them that I was not comfortable with them walking out of that building with her not knowing how the injuries had occurred. And I was advised that it's been turned over to DCFS. It's their case to handle now.
Did they tell you or call Acosta's supervisor to object?
Not that I'm aware of. I wasn't privy to that.
Okay. You knew that you could do that, correct?
I was not aware of that, no.
But you did tell your command that you disagreed with the decision to release custody, correct?
Yes, sir.
That's all, Judge, thanks.
Okay, redirect if any?
Just pretty quickly. Officer Shipad, you already indicated that your report is a summary, not verbatim, of every last thing that you documented.
Yes, ma'am.
And in fact, you could have gone back with Joanne Cunningham to the police station, finished filling out her report, instead of going back to her house.
Yes, ma'am.
You said one of the reasons you did it is because the children weren't properly dressed, correct?
Correct.
And while that's not particularly documented in the 13-page detailed report you did have a follow-up conversation on June 25th, 2019, when you were consulted by Office of Inspector General investigators, and you clearly detailed that at that time.
Yes, ma'am.
That was part of your reasoning
Yes,
for
ma'am.
going back there. And you did have to find clothes to put on these kids, right?
Correct.
And you did document that the house was quite cool and that windows were broken, right?
Yes.
And in fact, you called building and zoning, or you and your fellow officers, for concern over the house.
Yes.
You called DCFS.
Yes.
In fact, you followed up 3 days later to see where that investigation was going.
Correct.
And while you suspected that there was child abuse in the house, you did not know who had done it, right?
Correct.
Was there 3 adults living in that home?
Yes.
Was the entire condition of that home concerning to you?
Yes.
Nothing further.
Judge, I've asked for a recross with respect to the question about the OIG interview.
Okay.
Officer, you were just asked about answering questions for the Office of the Inspector General. That was in June of 2019, is that correct?
Yeah, I believe so,
That was
yes.
following the death of AJ Friend?
Yes.
No further questions.
Okay. Mr. McQuaid, any other questions? Nothing, Your Honor. All right, ma'am, you may step down. Thank you.
What do I do with these, sir?
If you would retrieve those.
Your Honor, at this time, the people call Dr. Joellen Channing.
Okay. Ma'am, raise your hand to be sworn. You swear to tell the truth?
I do.
Okay, please have a seat there. Speak directly as you can into the microphone. Don't talk too fast and keep your voice up.
Okay.
You may proceed.
Thank you. Ma'am, will you please state your full name for the record? I need for you to spell both your first and your last names, too.
Joellen Channon, Joellen Channon.
Do you have an occupation?
I do.
What do you do for a living?
Emergency physician.
You a doctor licensed to practice medicine in the state of Illinois.
I am.
Are you currently employed?
I am.
Can you tell us where, please?
I work for Northwest Region Hospitals, so McHenry, Woodstock, and Huntley.
And you just said you were an emergency room physician.
Correct.
How long have you been doing that?
11 years.
What are your routine duties in the emergency room?
Sure. We see patients who come in through the front door or through the ambulance bay. My specialty is to stabilize emergent and life-threatening conditions. We also run labs, do imaging, and develop care plans and consult specialists as needed.
Do you see patients via appointment or for advice?
No,
Are you an expert in child abuse?
I am not.
Are there occasions when you see patients in the emergency room at the request of the Department of Children and Family Services?
Yes.
Under what circumstances?
Typically, when DCFS will take custody, I believe sometimes they'll come into the ER with children that they want us to do like a physical exam or like a well-being check where we look for injuries, look for lice, document that they're healthy.
And are those the usual circumstances by which you see
Yes, if they're brought in by DCFS, yes.
when you might do a checkup in the
Yes.
emergency room?
Correct.
I'm going to direct your attention to December 18th, 2018.
Okay.
Were you working on that day?
I was.
What hospital?
Woodstock.
And where's that hospital? Woodstock, Centegra?
Yes, it was Sintegra at the time.
Centegra, and that's located in McHenry County, Illinois?
Yes.
Okay. We're going to direct your attention specifically to December 18th. What shift were you working on that day?
6 a.m. to 6 p.m.
At approximately 2 p.m., did a young patient by the name of Andrew Freund arrive to be seen?
He did.
Was he there at the direction of DCFS?
I believe so, yes.
Well, was this an unusual situation by which you were called to examine this patient?
Yes.
How so?
So I was asked to determine the cause of an injury, which was not my specialty.
Did you receive a referral form from DCFS?
I received a form, yes, that was faxed to me by DCFS.
Was that paperwork different from what you would usually see?
Yes.
And how so?
It was specific to an injury. So it was asking me to give information about a specific thing.
And was any DCFS representative physically there in the emergency room?
No.
Just the patient?
Yes.
And who had accompanied the patient?
The patient, his mom, and his younger brother.
Did you even have a camera available to you?
We did not, no.
So, and you said you received a referral of some paperwork. If I can show you. Well, let me ask you this. When you
Sure.
got the referral and it was unusual, did you get some faxed paperwork
Yes.
that came over?
Yes, I got a fax and then I called the person who faxed it to me.
And did that, if I can show you, I'll show opposing counsel. This is stipulation, date stamp, DCFS, C sequence 2448. May I approach witness?
You may.
Dr. Channing,
Yes.
can I just briefly show you this part of stipulation, date stamp? Was this the paperwork
That is.
you received?
Yes, that is the
Okay.
paperwork.
And was that a fax that came over from a person by the name of Carlos Acosta?
It is. Yeah, see, this is referral from medical evaluation of a physical injury. That's a very specific form.
Okay.
Yeah.
And that was atypical?
Yes.
After receiving this unusual referral, did you do anything?
Yes, when I received the fax, I called Carlos Acosta.
Before you even saw the check?
Yes,
Why was that?
because I felt that it was an inappropriate request, and I was trying to get more information about why I was being asked to do it.
So you made a phone call to the number that from you received the fax?
Yes.
Did a person answer the phone?
Yes,
And would that have been someone who identified themselves as Carlos Acosta?
yes,
Did you have a series of conversations with a person by the name of Carlos Acosta that day while you were working treating AJ?
I did.
And this would have been the first conversation?
Yes,
Was it a male voice?
it was.
The person acknowledged that he was Carlos Acosta from
Yes.
DCFS who made the referral?
Yes.
Was anybody else part of this conversation or just you and he on the telephone?
It was just he and I.
Can you tell us what you said to him?
I cannot give you specific details. I don't recall the details, but I will tell you idea behind the call was that I did not feel like this was in my wheelhouse. This was not an acute injury. This was something that had been sustained at some other time. It did not require emergent medical attention, as far as I knew, and I was being asked to determine the cause of a bruise, which I didn't feel comfortable doing.
How long did that, did you get a response? How long did that conversation last?
I don't remember how long the conversation was. I know that I was trying to get more information about how I could be of help here. You know,
And
it's
at
hard to say.
that point, what was your understanding as to the custodial situation of the patient?
I was told that if I could prove that that bruise came from a non-accidental trauma, that then they would be able to continue with protective custody.
So you thought AJ was still in protective custody when
Yes.
you were there to see him?
Yes,
Did you actually at 2:20 in the afternoon go forward with seeing this child as a patient?
I did.
It was after you expressed that you did not think it was appropriate?
Yeah. I wasn't sure if the ER was really the right place for him at that time.
What did you think was the right place for him at that time?
Well, because he had already been seen by DCFS at the police station, my thought was that I wasn't sure I could offer any additional information that they didn't already have.
Why would you think DCFS would have more information?
Well, just relying on their expertise with, as child protective service agents. So being trained in interview techniques, being trained in recognizing neglect and abuse and those kinds of things.
So you went ahead and actually examined AJ
I
at
did.
about 2:20 p.m. But prior to that, were you made aware of, as part of your examination, a history that brought AJ to the emergency room?
The only history that I was familiar with was that somebody through police intervention, they had discovered the bruise. They were concerned, brought him to the police station, and opened the case there. That was the only history I really knew about.
At that point?
Yeah.
Did you, well, the child's mother was with him?
Correct.
That was a person by the name of Joanne Cunningham?
Correct.
Did you see and interact with her?
I did.
Was there anything unusual about her demeanor? Can you describe it for me?
Not particularly. I know she was very nervous she thought that the kids were going to get taken away from her. She was a little bit nervous. She wanted to check in herself and prove that she wasn't using drugs. So she was a little bit anxious, but otherwise, no.
And were you aware that the mother came to the attention of police because she called them for a criminal incident that occurred with her in her home with the boys there?
Yes.
And did you know what the nature of that was?
So at that particular time, I knew that someone had stolen her phone, so she had gone to Taco Bell to make a call. I knew all of that. There was an officer in the ER that had told me that they had been to the house before. There was concern about the condition of the home, and that's kind of the only history that I knew, was that she was living with that particular person and there was a question of drugs involved.
And while the police were investigating that, you believe they learned about saw the bruise and reported that to DCFS?
Yeah, and then they saw the bruise and initiated the report, the DCFS report.
Do you recall how old AJ was?
5.
And you said he was with his mother
Yes.
and his little brother. Did you make any, and by the time you saw him, was he gowned?
I don't recall.
Okay, did you make any observations of him?
I observed that he seemed like a normal 5-year-old boy.
What about any injuries to him?
On exam, we did note the injuries, yes.
What injuries did you note?
There was a bruise to the lip, bruise on the ankle, and then across the right hip.
And what was like this, like let's describe them.
Yeah. So the bruise on the ankle was relatively small. I remember the lip being a bruise that was maybe 1 or 2 centimeters, and then across the iliac crest, I believe, across that bone on the pelvis there, it was kind of a red and darker, different shades of color bruise going across the side.
And it went across
Kind of
and around the
cross,
side?
yeah, it was a cross.
Did it appear linear to you?
That would be hard for me to say.
Is pattern injuries anything you're familiar with?
There are pattern injuries that we look for in the emergency room, but I was not familiar with that particular injury being something specific.
Did you have any conversations with Joanne Cunningham about any of those marks to the 5-year-old boy?
Yes, so I had asked her what had caused them. She wasn't sure. She had told me that they were roughhousing, they were playing football, and maybe it was while they were playing football he got injured. And then she also said that the dog may have jumped on her, or him, sorry.
And by the way, did anyone ever ask you to take a look at the other little one, Parker?
No,
Never came up.
no.
Who else was present when you were speaking to Joanne?
It would have been Parker and AJ, potentially Cheryl, the nurse. I don't recall.
After speaking to them and taking a look, did you take AJ someplace else?
I did.
Tell us about that.
So I took him into a private exam room so that I could do the interview in a safe place.
Did you also, what do you mean by safe place?
So away from the potential perpetrator.
Was anybody else present when you took AJ to the other room?
No.
And what, if anything, did you say to, well, tell us what occurred at that point.
Yeah, so I was trying to ask open-ended questions. The specific ones that were pertinent, I asked if he had been hit or spanked before. He said yes. I had asked with what, and he said a belt. I asked him if that was what made the mark, and he said yes. I asked who did it, and he said someone not in my family. And then he volunteered that maybe mommy didn't mean to hurt me. At that time, during the questioning, I was not expecting that answer. I tried to ask a few more open-ended questions, and he went back to the story about the dog and really stopped talking.
Yeah, did he also tell you about how he injured his lip?
Yes, he fell against the refrigerator getting a juice box.
Was this new information that AJ was telling you now when you were alone with him in another room significant?
Absolutely.
Why so?
Well, at that point, we had information from the police about the quality of the home. We had information about potential drug use in the home. We had potential neglect, and then we had a bruise. I couldn't tell you what made the bruise or when it happened, but now I had information that he was giving me about a belt, about maybe his mom did it, and that to me was additional credible evidence that could be used to continue the protective custody.
Now, hold on a second. You said you weren't expecting that
No, I was not.
information, but you knew they was there for a child abuse assessment.
Yes.
Dr. Shannon, were you expecting him to say something about somebody else?
I'll be honest with you, I was familiar with the boyfriend who was living with her, and so when he mentioned maybe someone not in my family, my thoughts went to that particular person.
And you did.
And I thought, okay, maybe that's what's happening in the home, I don't know. And then he volunteered that maybe mommy didn't mean to hurt me, and I just wasn't expecting that.
So, was it your understanding and belief that those children were in the custody, that protective custody had been taken away from the mother who was with a boyfriend?
We were under the impression that the case was continuing, and it was my job to document the injury, and then the next steps would continue.
You said you stopped interviewing AJ at that point.
Yes.
Why?
I was worried that I would tamper with the evidence, that this interview was going to be very important going forward. And I didn't want to continue with questioning without having another party there, without myself being trained in that type of questioning, knowing that there are other people that could do that much better than I could.
Okay, and I want to go now to, if Your Honor, I can republish a couple of photos from People's Group Exhibit 2.
Okay.
that introduced you.
They're right there.
This is People's Group B1. I'm going to move to,
Okay.
is that AJ Friend?
It is.
And that was the child you saw in the hospital on December 8th.
Correct.
In the emergency room department.
Correct.
I'm sorry, I'm trying to look at this. I might need some stuff. Can you just, can you watch the next one? Does that show some of the injuries you saw to his
Yeah,
face?
the upper lip.
Want to move on to the next one? Take a look at that bruise. Now, you obviously saw him bruised when he was gowned at some point, right?
Right, yes. Mhm.
Now, are there certain types of injuries in children that you're generally trained to be suspicious of?
Yes. So we look for any injury that isn't consistent with a child's level of mobility. So, for example, a 2-month-old falling off a bed doesn't fit with the ability to be mobile. There are certain burns that are indicative of abuse, for example, like dip burns or certain other pattern burns. There are also other pattern injuries that we would look for. Injuries to long bones would be suspicious. Those are some of the things we look for.
Okay. Dr. Shannon, I'm going to have you look at B4
Mhm.
and then as well B5.
Yes.
Is this a pattern injury type that you are familiar with?
No.
Is it in a suspicious location?
That's a good question because, it's over a bony area. If it was over a bony prominence, which can be more common, but it's truncal, which is less common. So it's kind of it's not on soft tissue necessarily, it's on bones, but
And it wraps around and it's
kind
to
of
his
comes around.
buttocks, right?
A little bit, yeah.
And is the wrapping around anything that's suspicious in nature generally?
I couldn't say,
Not your area of
I
expertise?
couldn't tell you.
Would a bruise that size and color have been visible for a while? You said it wasn't acute.
Again, the bruising history and development and progression is something that's very complicated and not something that I would feel comfortable making a judgment on.
Would a bruise that deep, would you expect it to inflict a pain to elicit a response in a child?
That's also hard for me to say. At the time, he was in no pain or distress. I think that's probably where I come up with it's not acute.
And so
idea.
when you say, elsewhere in your report, you describe that bruise as mild, is that because you mean
Yes.
it's not acute, causing an immediate need for treatment?
Yeah, in the emergency room, we consider things maybe a little bit differently than in other specialties, but mild, moderate, and severe are very different. So severe is something that's life or limb threatening. Moderate is something that may require an intervention, imaging, splinting, et cetera. And then mild would be something that I'm observing, but I'm not really intervening on.
Right, you're not saying that this wasn't a significant traumatic injury to this child, just from an emergency room perspective.
Correct.
That's where you're putting it on a treatment level?
Yeah, kind of like more on a triage and treatment level, it would be considered mild.
Is history important when assessing how an injury occurred?
It is.
Did it make sense that the mother would not have seen that bruise on a child too?
It would have been unusual that she didn't see it, I would think. But again, I'm not familiar with their family situation.
Was the history, inconsistent?
Yes.
How so?
Well, Initially, it was the dog, and then it was, well, maybe they were roughhousing while they were playing football in the house. Maybe that did it. And then eventually, I also got the information that it was potentially a belt
Where did the word belt come from?
from AJ.
Did you ever suggest that?
No, I did not.
Now, after getting that information, I think you said it was significant and alarming.
Yes.
What did you do after receiving that information during that private conversation with AJ Friend?
Right. I've called Carlos back, and I let him know that we had new information.
Was that approximately 4:30, at least per your,
Yeah, I believe I documented 4:30, yes.
and he again identified himself?
Yes,
It was the same person you'd spoken to earlier?
it was.
And tell us about that conversation.
So in that conversation, it was actually a bit of a relief from the emergency room perspective because we felt like we had gotten information that could help move the case forward. So we were then at that point 100% certain that we had enough evidence to take protective custody.
You thought you would still be maintaining protective custody?
Yes,
You thought the case would be moving forward when you took it?
absolutely.
How so?
Because with everything that we had found out that day, and now we had information that potentially mom was the abuser, we then could go forward with taking AJ away from that situation.
By the way, I asked you if anyone else had used the word belt. Had anyone other than Joanne used the word football?
I don't think so. I don't recall. I don't believe so.
Dr. Channon, did you, during that conversation with Carlos Acosta, say anything about a forensic interview?
I did. I requested assistance at that time because I felt like it was imperative at that time to get a professional question session happening, and also then someone trained in forensics to look at the bruise and see if they could add any more information.
So you wanted a separate interviewer,
I did.
and you wanted a separate medical exam
Yes,
by people who specialized in those?
correct.
Did you offer, you said you felt better, you offered an opinion as to AJ's safety and Joanne Cunningham's custody?
Yes, we were not going to let the child leave the emergency room with mom.
So this new information said that she could not leave with mom.
Yeah, that solidified it for us, me.
And then what happened?
Then Carlos was going to determine the disposition of AJ. So it then became, okay, where does he go? And that's what he then was working on.
Okay, that's what you believed he was working
Yeah.
on?
Yes,
Did you have a follow-up conversation?
I did. And the nature of that conversation would have been that Dad is at work right now, but he's going to come get him as soon as he's off work.
So what was significant about Dad?
That was the person that was determined to be a safe person for AJ to go with.
What was your impression about who was going to have custody of that AJ at that point?
I guess, it would have been Dad. That would have been the, what we would have assumed if the child leaves with Dad and then the investigation continues. DCFS continues their, whatever steps they take next.
So, you were under the impression, or you were told, that the father wouldn't be there for a while.
Correct.
What did you do relative to this information, Dr. Jean?
We waited for Dad to show up,
You waited. When did your shift end?
6 p.m.
When did the child's father arrive?
Yes, he did.
What time?
From the records, it looks like it was about 9:30, 9 or 9:30 he arrived in the ER.
And did you specifically wait?
I was waiting in the emergency room to make sure that he left with Dad.
What would have happened had Cunningham tried to leave?
We wouldn't have let her leave with the child.
In fact, did you have a conversation that is documented discussing the reinitiating another hotline call?
What do you mean?
To call the DCFS
Oh, if-
hotline again if
yes.
there was any effort to leave,
Yes, absolutely.
or if the dad didn't show up?
Yes.
What was your belief would be happening then?
If Dad were not to show up, we would contact DCFS. If DCFS didn't have a safe place for him to go, we can hospitalize a patient until we can assure safety for them.
And so, and I think I did ask you this, you thought at that point child was still under protective custody
Yes,
once the dad arrived?
yes.
Had you seen situations like that before?
I've seen, yes, patients go into protective custody, yes.
Now, I'm going to, and once Andrew Freund came later at 9:30, the child left about, I think it was 21:37?
Right. Yes,
And that was the official discharge time when all the paperwork was done?
correct.
And was there follow-up paperwork done as part of protocol in this case with what was a written confirmation of suspected child abuse and neglect report?
Cheryl Ferguson, the nurse, filled out the official DCFS form. That would be the one that we usually do from the emergency room, yes.
If I can show from stipulation exhibit Bait Stamp 214 from the C sequence. Dr. Shannon,
Yes.
I'm going to show you in evidence, this will be Bait Stamp 214.
Yes.
So, do you recognize that document?
Well, I recognize it because I've seen it before. I'm not sure I reviewed it in the emergency room, but Cheryl and I discussed it in the emergency room.
You discussed it?
Yes, we did.
And do you provide her, and you have seen this document since then?
Yes.
And what's the title of it, please?
The title is Written Confirmation of Suspected Child Abuse Neglect Report, Medical Professionals.
And does that, it's like called a CAMS 4 report,
Okay.
does that document contain the information during your exam of HA and the inconsistent stories?
It does. It talks about the bruising. It talks about the fact that he mentioned that mom didn't mean to hurt him. And then the story was inconsistent, so that then DCFS instructed them to come to the ER for an exam, and then, yes, that's true.
So this was
That
a
is true.
confirmation confirming that there was abuse
Yes,
and your concerns, and does it pretty closely track the things you were telling us here?
pretty much, yeah.
And that was sent to DCFS via mail, right?
Cheryl would have done the protocol with that form, so I don't know if it's faxed or mailed or how it gets to the appropriate person, I don't know.
Okay, but you've been working with Nurse Ferguson and provided her some of the information
Yes.
that was ultimately provided to DCFS.
Yes,
Now, you also documented in your own medical chart, the Centegra emergency room, your exchange and your concerns and your conversation with
Yes.
DCFS, is that right?
yes,
And would that be, and you've seen your medical records?
I have.
The Centegra medical records today, and Dr. Shannon, I'm going to show you a portion of the medical records
Okay.
that you documented. It would be Bait Stamps 2465 through 66.
Okay.
Can you take a look at these 2 pages of the Centegra emergency room medical records?
okay,
Do you recognize them?
I do,
Are you familiar with them?
yes.
And how well does that document your interactions with DCFS?
I think it's very, it's just the facts. Part of the charting that we do in medicine is just to present facts as they occur. It's difficult to get all the details in.
But it
yes,
does document your concern over the changing stories.
correct,
It does document that there was an injury via a belt
That he said yes, he said about.
That you explained to Carlos that these stories were inconsistent, that the patient changed his story multiple times?
Correct.
Does it also document quite specifically that I asked for a professional interviewer to be sent and explain the limitations of my exam? Injury pattern is nothing that I am personally familiar with, and I do not want to further interview and compromise the integrity of the patient as a witness.
Correct.
And on page 2, does it say in all capital letters, patient is to go home with father per DCFS?
Correct.
I am going to show you what is also part of the stipulation from the C-sequence bait stamp page 192. Dr. Shannon?
Yes.
This is a document of a contact note.
Correct.
Is this purportedly between yourself, or does it state actually that it's between yourself and Carlos Acosta
Correct.
at 4 p.m.?
Yes.
A phone conversation with you?
Yes,
Is it about 4.5 sentences
it
long?
is.
Does this contact note encapsulate your conversations?
It's very brief, but it's very brief.
Does it indicate that you specifically requested a forensic expert? You said you're not a forensic expert.
I think it does, correct? Does it, it does, it mentions that, yes, that I requested a forensic specialist or child abuse specialist, yes, it does say that. It says my concern developed or was heightened when I spoke with him, and he mentioned about maybe mommy didn't mean to hurt me, and that was a trigger for us. That was heightened our suspicion and was what we consider credible evidence.
Does it document your multiple conversations?
It does
then?
not.
Or the conversations regarding maintaining protective custody?
No.
I have just a second. Dr. Shannon, I just
Yes.
want to go back to a few questions. While you were in the emergency room working that night, we've made a little bit of mentions about a boyfriend
Yes.
by the name of Daniel Nowicki.
Yes.
Was he at the emergency room the same evening?
He was.
In a different department though, right?
Correct.
Now, what was your understanding as to where he'd been living?
With Joanne.
Objection, foundation?
Sustained.
Well, was part of your concerns about where this child being placed having anything to do with the dynamics of what you believed the home life was?
Correct. We did consider, because we were under the impression that they were living together,
Who's we?
I guess I was.
No. Who was living together?
Oh, Nowicki and Joanne.
Where did you get that information from?
It was that I believe, he may have told me that.
Objection, hearsay, move to strike.
Sustained.
Well, I'm talking about why you based your decisions on what you did, okay? So let's talk about...
Oh, yeah, I understand, yeah. I had thought, for example, when he told me maybe somebody not in my family, that's who I went to, was the boyfriend. And then when the child was going to leave with Dad, we knew that the boyfriend was not going to be around. He was going to be in another hospital situation. So we knew that was happening.
Okay, and at that point, did you think that protective custody was being maintained and this child was going with a new placement with his father?
Yes.
and not with his mother.
Correct.
In fact, had his mother tried to leave with him, you would have called the hotline and prevented that.
Correct.
Nothing further.
Cross-examination?
Doctor, I want to start right there. When did you first tell the state that Daniel Nowicki was in the hospital that same night?
I don't know. I don't recall that part of the discussion.
That was after AJ Friend's death, more likely than not?
What do you mean? I'm sorry.
When you first told them that you knew Daniel Nowicki because he was in the hospital the same day that AJ Friend was after AJ Friend was deceased. Is that true?
No, I knew he was the boyfriend that day.
Where in the medical records is there any mention of Daniel Nowicki in AJ Friend's medical records?
There wouldn't have been.
You didn't document anything about a boyfriend anywhere in your notes that day, true?
True.
And how did you know you knew Daniel Nowicki's relationship from his medical treatment that you were doing separate and apart from AJ's? Is that true?
Well, no, because I did not, I don't think I signed up for him as a patient. But it's kind of confusing, but they brought him in and I had a conversation with him independent of treatment of him. It's I don't believe I ever signed up for him as to be my patient. So he was in the emergency room, so I knew of him. It's my emergency room. I know all the patients in the emergency room. The situation that was ongoing, I knew about it because of potentially, I believe it was the police, maybe the police officer that had told me, and then I talked to him, and Daniel Nowicki told me that he was on a rant about her because
Okay, I'm going to stop you right there because you're going
yeah.
far from where my
I
question
know,
started. When
it's
you
tricky.
mentioned previously on direct examination
Yes.
that there was a police officer in the emergency room
Yes.
that you talked to.
Yes.
That police officer was not there with AJ Friend or
No.
Joanne Cunningham, true?
At the time, I don't know if I realized that, but I believe that is true, yes.
They were
I believe that
there
to be true.
under a separate
Yes.
investigation involving a separate patient that was not AJ Friend, correct?
I believe that is correct, yes.
Now, if we can get back to what you did that day.
Sure.
You testified that you documented your phone call with Carlos at about 4:30 p.m., correct?
Yes.
You documented one and only one phone call that you personally had with him. Is that true?
I believe that is all I documented, yes.
And you testified today that you spoke to him at least 3 times?
Correct,
And you only documented the one phone call?
correct.
And when you asked him to have a forensic interviewer come to the hospital, he
Yes.
told you that was not available, correct?
Correct.
You were aware of the nurse's notes in the chart because
Yes.
you had to access the chart yourself, correct?
Correct, yes.
And at that time, everything was electronic. You were going into the computer to enter your notes, correct? And you mentioned the nurse a couple of times on direct examination. The nurse that was working with AJ that day, at least initially, was Cheryl Ferguson,
Correct.
correct? And you were aware that Cheryl Ferguson had interviewed or asked AJ what happened before you interviewed AJ, correct?
I don't know if, I don't know what the timing was of who asked who what and when.
did you review her notes before you entered into the room to meet with AJ for the first time?
Probably not, no.
You knew that AJ came into the emergency room after having had contact with both police and DCFS, correct?
Yes.
And you acknowledge that you're not a trained interviewer, correct?
Correct.
And you acknowledge that in the first phone call, Carlos told you he was there for you to determine how the bruise was caused, correct?
Correct.
He didn't ask you to interview AJ, correct?
Correct.
He didn't tell you to take AJ into a separate room and ask him more questions, true?
True.
And you weren't trained to do that, correct?
Correct.
And only after you did that did you say, oops, I better take a step back here because now the kid is making multiple statements.
Yes.
That's the first time it caused you any concern for doing that, correct?
Yes.
You noted in your charting that day that you talked to Joanne about the plan that AJ was going to go home with his father, correct?
I mentioned it to her.
You talked to her about it,
I believe so, yeah.
and she was cooperative and understood?
Yes.
She was pleasant?
Yes.
And you noted that the children in the room, which would have been both AJ and his little brother Parker, do not seem afraid of her and they talk freely in front of her, correct?
Correct.
You also talked to Drew Freund when he came to the hospital to assume care or to take AJ home that day, correct?
I will be honest with you, I don't recollect a conversation with him. I remember seeing him, and I remember that part of it, but any conversation I couldn't speak to because it's just something I don't remember.
You documented in your note D/W, which is discussed with
Yes,
kids and dad.
yes.
So that indicates that you did speak to Drew Freund that day,
I
correct?
must have, but I just, on memory, I don't remember it. I can't, you know what I'm saying? I
And
know
at
I
that
said
point, you documented okay for discharge with them, meaning
Yes.
kids and dad. No red flags for dad,
Correct,
correct?
right.
As you mentioned to Ms. Romito on direct, the bruise you noted initially on his hip, you noted that it was at its maximum severity was mild, correct?
I would say at the moment I saw him would be considered mild.
You noted it both at the time that you saw him and at its maximum severity to be mild, correct?
I don't know what you mean by at its maximum severity.
Well, your charting
Did I write
indicates that you
maximums?
wrote that.
Where did I don't recall writing that.
Showing her 2464 and 65. I'm showing you what was admitted as stipulation C, page 2464
Okay.
and page 2465.
Okay.
When Ms. Romito showed you your note partially before, she only showed you the second 2 pages of your note, is that correct?
Yes.
It was actually 3 pages that began on page 2464, is that
Sure,
correct?
yes.
Okay, and in the first paragraph, history of present illness, you noted the bruise at its maximum severity described as mild, correct?
Yes,
When seen in the ER, severity described as mild, correct?
yes, I'm, that, just so
There's
you.
no question.
No,
Okay.
no. You can answer the question.
I think that what happens in that part of the chief complaint is a kind of an autofill box. So when I put mild, it was at its maximum severity mild. So that would have been like a plug-in. That's why I don't remember writing that. It's not, it's just.
Maximum severity was not a word that you used, but
Yes.
it was something that you were completing in your charting.
Yes.
And you never noted it, that it was moderate, that
No.
required additional intervention, correct?
No.
And it certainly wasn't limb, I think you said limb or life altering?
Yeah, limb or life-threatening, yeah. And I would stick by that. When I saw him in the emergency room, for my immediate exam, I consider it a mild injury. But I don't know what it looked like a week ago. I don't know what it looked like 2 days ago. That's what I meant by just clarifying at maximum severity. So I see how that could be conflicting.
With respect to the bruise itself.
Yes,
You also noted a bruise on his lip,
yes,
correct? And we saw that in the photograph?
right.
Those were the injuries that you noted, correct?
Yes, and one on the ankle, I believe.
You testified that at some point Joanne came up and asked if she could be admitted into the hospital to be tested for drugs, correct?
To the ER, yeah. She wanted to check in to the ER.
to be tested for drugs?
Yes, she wanted to prove that she was not on drugs.
During the examination of AJ, in addition to speaking to him, you did do a full body examination of him,
I did.
correct? And you noted that he was in no acute distress, he was in no pain.
Correct.
You noted that other than the upper lip, small abrasion on the right side of the upper lip, that the head, ear, nose, and throat all were within normal limits, correct?
Correct.
So on the face and above, the only injury you noted was the lip, correct?
Correct.
You noted no injury to his back, correct? His back was a normal inspection?
Yes.
On abdomen, you documented no visible injury, and then you went forth and documented over the iliac crest.
Correct.
And I believe you testified that that is a bonier area of the body, correct?
Correct.
Bruises are not a normal ER treatment, correct? People don't come to the ER just for a normally for a bruise, correct?
No, they do.
Okay. And usually you send them home with the discharge paperwork on contusions, which is ice it. If it gets worse, go to your doctor, correct?
Yep.
That's
pretty standard, yeah, depending.
And the discharge paperwork in AJ's case specifically indicated that when there's bruises in children, flip it to that page. When there's bruises in children, the hospital is trained to ask the parents to determine if there's abuse, correct?
Correct.
And you talked to Joanne, correct?
Yes.
You didn't take her into a separate room to ask her questions. You talked to her in front of the children, correct?
I don't believe I talked to her separately, no.
You testified that you stayed at the ER even though your shift ended at 6 until about 9:37 when he was ultimately discharged, correct?
Right.
The timeline of events that occurred in the ER is included in the medical record, correct?
Yes.
And the only time that it was documented that you saw AJ was at 2:20 p.m., is that correct?
That would have been the start time, yeah, of the visit, I would imagine.
Okay. Did you go back into his room after you had the conversation with him in the separate exam room?
Sure, yeah, I believe I was in there multiple times.
Okay. Those aren't documented in your note, correct?
No.
The information about the Taco Bell, that you had that as part of the history, do you know where you obtained that information?
I recall speaking with a police officer about the situation. I recall talking to Carlos. I don't know if Carlos gave me that information or the police officer gave me that information, but I knew that she had went to Taco Bell to make a phone call, and then the police got involved. They saw that there was this bruise. They were able to take her to the station and start the investigation.
Was the police officer that you spoke to that day male or female?
A male.
After you spoke to the police officer that was in the emergency room that day, did you ever tell Carlos Acosta that the police officer was at the hospital and that they had concerns?
I know I had a discussion with him that the police were concerned. They had pictures of the house. They were trying to get the house. I knew the house could not be condemned, but they were concerned about the living conditions. I knew that. And I believe I discussed that with him because I thought, you have that information, you were at the police station, you know those things.
But you didn't tell him what any of the police officers at the hospital told you, correct?
I don't recall.
At no point did you tell him that Daniel Nowicki was in the emergency room and that you were speaking to the others about Daniel Nowicki, correct?
I don't recall. There are HIPAA rules as well that I'm, obligated to follow, so what I could and could not say about somebody else's healthcare treatment.
Well, you testified to it today, correct?
Yes.
And you talked to the state about it today, correct?
Yes,
And you talked to the state about it before today, correct?
yes.
When did you talk to the state about Daniel Nowicki being in the emergency room? Before today?
Probably with I probably spoke with them with during Joanne's trial, probably.
Around the
I
time of
imagine.
her sentencing?
I would think so, yeah. Because it was part of my story.
When you say it was part of your story, it was part of what you encountered that day with
Yes.
Daniel Nowicki, correct?
Yes, when all of those pieces came together, we were under the impression that Nowicki was living in the home. There were potential drugs in the home.
Can I stop you right there?
Sure.
Nowicki was living in the home.
Yes.
You got that information from him,
Well-
correct? From Daniel, correct?
I believe so, yes.
Okay. Did you ever ask Joanne whether Daniel Nowicki was living in the home on that day and time?
I don't recall.
Did you ever tell Carlos Acosta that you had learned or you were under the impression that Daniel Nowicki was living in the home?
I don't recall.
Okay,
if
then
that
the
was part of
second
my
thing, and I
discussion.
didn't mean to interrupt you,
No,
I
it's
just
okay.
wanted to stop on that comment.
It's okay.
Second thing was you were under the impression there were drugs in the home.
Yes,
And the drugs that you were aware of that were in the home were what led to Joanne calling the police this morning for her Adderall and her Suboxone, correct?
I don't recall if I knew specifically about that particular issue. I just knew the chief complaint of Mr. Nowicki and what was going on there. So I knew that information.
Okay, but you didn't share that information with Carlos Acosta on December 18th of 2018.
I don't recall.
If you did share it, you would have documented it, correct?
No, I didn't document every single thing we discussed.
But that was significant information to you at that time, correct?
The only reason it was significant to me was because when we considered the living situation and that Dad was coming to get the child, we made, and I'll admit they were assumptions, that they did not live all in the same home. That was an assumption that we made. I did not clarify that Drew had been living in that home originally. I didn't clarify that. That's why it's part of my story about the picture that I saw that day. So that day, I had these two people living in an unsafe situation with two children, and then DCF was involved. DCFS got the dad to come in and be with the children and make sure the children were safe. So that's why it's part of my story.
A lot of what you did and a lot of that forms your story from December 18th of 2018 was based on things that Carlos Acosta was not aware of, true?
He was at the police station, so he
didn't
must have
see
known the
Daniel
story.
Nowicki in
Whoa.
in the
Counsel?
ER. I'm sorry, Judge, I
Let her
apologize.
answer.
But he must have known the story, because that was how she became part of the police, how the police were involved, because that's the only reason the police were involved, because she called them because of what happened with Nowicki. So
But he was at the police station, but he
Correct.
didn't know that Daniel Nowicki was at the hospital, correct?
I don't know.
So you agree with me that some of the information that you had from the emergency room, he may not have had, correct?
Objection.
Basis?
Judge is asking for speculation.
Pardon me?
Asking for speculation.
Well, there's been a fair amount of speculation that's been going on most people's sides here, and I get why that can be admissible in this type of a situation, because speculation can induce us to act in a particular fashion. The question is not an unfair one, so the objection's overruled. So you can ask the question again if you want.
you would agree with me that Carlos Acosta, and this probably isn't the same question, I apologize, didn't have the information that Daniel Nowicki was in the emergency room at that time, correct?
I would tell you that I don't know what information he had about Nowicki. I would tell you that.
Thank you.
Thank you, Judge. Dr. Channon, after receiving the facts, you called the DCFS investigator Carlos Acosta, correct?
Correct.
And would it be fair to say that at the time you made that call, or what motivated you to make that call, was you felt that the request being made of you wasn't in your wheelhouse?
Correct.
And was one of the purposes of that call possibly to suggest that maybe you should take this boy to a different doctor who does things which that would be in his wheelhouse?
Correct.
Go ahead.
Well, I was going to say, we were under the impression that if we were able to prove it was non-accidental trauma, then the protective custody would continue. And that, to me, seemed like a lot to put on an emergency room physician.
And I'm going to ask the question this way because I'm
Okay.
going to ask it because I can't think of a better way to ask it, and I don't mean to be demeaning. So you weren't trying to beg off the situation. You were trying to make a good decision. Is that fair to say?
I was trying to do what was in the best interest of the child.
Okay. And you've testified, and you just said it again, you believe that the protective custody was in place at that time, correct?
Yes.
Why?
Well, because it was an active investigation, and during an active investigation, I believe we have protective custody. So, for example, even before I got the information, we probably would have had an issue with her leaving the emergency department with the child, because we were under the impression that DCFS sent her to us as part of the next step in the process.
So I'm trying to figure out then, at that point in time, did you believe that you, the hospital, in your capacity, had protective custody, or this is DCFS having protective custody, or the police, and then it's just moving to this next stage?
I would say that we were under the impression that there was an active investigation happening. The child was sent for a medical evaluation as a continuation of that investigation, yes.
Okay. Again, I'm sorry, but
That's okay.
I have to be more specific about
Yes.
it. By the time, when AJ came to the hospital, you believed he was in protective custody already?
Yes, I would say yes.
Okay. And were you told that specifically,
What do you mean?
that he was in protective custody?
Was I told that specifically?
Yes.
I don't recall.
In your conversation with Investigator Acosta, after that conversation, were you more clear about the status of protective custody, whether it was actually in place at the time AJ came to the hospital?
After the initial conversation?
Yes.
I don't know.
So ultimately, after the conversation with Acosta, you moved forward.
Yes,
Okay, and that was a decision you made.
yes.
Is anything about the conversation you had with DCFS at that point in time motivated you to go forward?
I think he was a patient in my emergency room, so I am obligated to care for him. So yes, I moved forward as I would any other patient, knowing that I also was tasked with filling out this form of medical injury.
You didn't have to be talked into it. Is that fair to say? At that point?
To be talked into it.
Well,
I was trying, my initial conversation, I was trying to, I guess, make it clear that I was not the right person to do that I had not done that before. This isn't what I'm here for. Are we sure you want me to do this?
okay. And then then you made your decision to do that after that conversation? Okay. Judge, I have nothing further.
Redirect?
No, no retract, thank you.
Okay, you may step down, thank you. All right, it's 2:45. We're going to take a recess until 5 minutes after 3. Sir, raise your right hand to be sworn. Swear to tell the truth?
Yes.
Okay, have a seat right there. Make sure that you speak directly into the microphone, keep your voice up, and don't speak too quickly. You may proceed.
You ready, Mr. Reeves?
Yes.
Will you please state your full name for the record, and I'd like for you to spell both your first and your last name.
Chad Dwayne Reeves. ChadReeve. V is in Victor, yes.
Mr. Reeves, how old are you?
59.
Do you currently live in the area?
Yes, Huntley.
Do you know a person by the name of Andrew Freund?
Yes.
Andrew Freund Sr. How did you know Andrew Freund?
I met him in AA in 2008.
What was the nature of your relationship?
We were going to the same meetings.
AA meetings?
Yes.
When you say AA, do you mean Alcohol Anonymous?
Yes.
Were you ever in a sponsorship relationship with AJ Freund?
Yes.
Or Andrew Freund?
Yes.
And for how long?
That was later. That was probably 2016 or 17. I can't remember exactly. Maybe 18.
Were you Andrew Freund's AA sponsor in December of 2018?
Yes.
As part of your relationship with Andrew Freund, did you know Joanne Cunningham?
Yes.
And how did you know her to be in a relationship with Andrew Freund?
Well, because they got together and had 2 children together. She was in program too.
Which program?
AA.
I'm going to direct your attention to December 18th, specifically of 2018. Did you receive a phone call in the morning from Drew Freund?
I can't remember if it was in the morning, but I got a phone call that she was in jail with the boys, and if I could go pick her up
And
get
when
her
you
out.
say she, and did you call Andrew Freund Andrew, or did you sometimes call him
I
Drew?
just call him Drew.
Okay. Did you receive a call from Drew?
Yes.
And he told you she was in jail. Who was he speaking about?
His girlfriend with the boys.
Would that be Joanne Cunningham?
Yes, Joanne.
Was this anything surprising or unusual to you?
No,
Why not?
because she relapsed. I can't remember exactly how long it was going on, but she relapsed a couple years earlier. And I got her numerous times when the car would break down and she'd be off in different places.
Can you explain a little bit about going to get her?
Drew would call and ask if I could get her or the car, and I would go, period,
And how long had you been friends with Drew?
since 2008.
Okay. And in addition to you being his sponsor, were there occasions he was your attorney?
Oh, yes, he got me out of my trouble back in 2010, 11, 12. Helped me get my license back, got some warrants off me over some bounce checks.
Your driver's license?
Yeah, I didn't have a driver's license for 18 years.
And Drew Freund helped you get that?
Yes,
He provided legal services
Yes.
to you? And you were his sponsor?
not yet.
Eventually, when did that become the nature of your relationship?
Later on, I guess I don't know the facts of it. He just called me one day and asked if I would be a sponsor, and I said yes.
Did you ever do other things for him besides sponsor him?
When he had trouble at the house and stuff, he wasn't a real good handyman as far as and I would go there and help Joanne. Like they had sewer problems, they had basement issues, and that was kind of my career, and I would go over and help her fix the problem while he was at work.
And you would help him if he needed help?
Oh, whatever. He got me out of my trouble for nothing. He didn't charge me anything to take care of my stuff.
As an attorney?
Yes.
Worked for you. Did you ever drive him places, though, in addition to doing stuff around the house?
I took him to Elgin to get Suboxone. I think he was taking Suboxone for the doctor told him to get it, and I would drive him over there. Then I'd drop him off at the train in Elgin. He'd go into the city to work.
How regularly would you drive Drew Freund to get Suboxone?
It was at least once a month. It might have been every 2 weeks. I can't remember. Seemed like often because we drove together. It seemed like it was probably once a month.
Once a month? you
Yeah,
drove?
I'm not positive. I can't remember totally.
And without belaboring the obvious, do you know why Drew Freund needed Suboxone?
Drug addict. That's why I was in AA.
All right, going back to December 18th and getting that phone call from Drew, he asked you to do something in reference to Joanne being arrested.
Yes,
At what police station?
Crystal Lake.
Crystal Lake, Illinois, here in McKinney?
Yes.
What did you do after receiving the phone call from Drew that Joanne and the boys were at the Crystal Lake Police Station?
I got in my truck and I went to pick them up.
Did you get to the Crystal Lake Police Station?
Did I?
Yeah.
Yes, yes.
What happened once you got there?
I went in there and met with the police officers, and before they released her, they made sure we had to have car seats and all that.
Did you have any car seats at that
No,
time?
not in my truck, no. Only when I gave them rides or whatever.
So, when you saw Joanne at the police station, how did she look to you?
Looked a little strung out, but that's just an opinion, you know.
Had you seen her strung out before?
Yes,
And she appeared strung out to you at that time?
Yeah.
Not looking good?
yeah.
Eventually, you said you met with a police officer and someone put some car seats into your car?
I don't think they put car seat. I think the police officers drove her and the boys to Drew's house, and I think there we got into her car that had car seats in it, and that's the car I drove to the hospital.
So when you were at the police station, did you speak to any police officers?
Yes.
Where did you understand you were going to go from the police station?
They wanted him to go to the, take her and the boys to the hospital first. But we had to go to the car, and they wanted to make sure those boys are riding in car seats.
Okay. Did you spoke to some police officers,
Yes,
and you knew Joanne had to go to the hospital, and you were going to take them there?
yes,
Did you speak to anybody from DCFS at the police station?
no.
Did anybody walk up and ask you, like, what your name was beside police officers?
I don't remember anybody besides the police officers.
And what did you do once you got the car seats?
I drove her to Woodstock Hospital.
And did you have any conversation about why you were going to Woodstock Hospital?
They said
Joanne?
there was a bruise on Drew, and they had to take him. And I didn't think nothing of it.
Did you have any conversations with Joanne about that bruise?
I just, what happened, boys being boys,
At any point, did anyone, while you were waiting, did you even go inside to the hospital?
No.
What did you do there?
I sat there in the parking lot and waited,
For how long did you wait?
probably 5-6 hours.
And at some point, did you leave after 5-6 hours?
She called me and said that I wasn't allowed to take her and the boys home, that Drew had to do it.
Okay, when you say she, you're talking about
Joanne. She knew I was out there, and so I drove back. Drew got out of work, and he got off the train, so I went back and picked him up and drove him back to the hospital.
And at any point, did anyone contact you about your relationships with Drew?
Not till after the stuff happened with the boy,
Nobody on December 18th at this
No.
incident where you waited at the went to the police station, waited at the hospital all day, reached out to ask you
No,
any questions?
no.
Of what you learned or what you saw on December 18th?
No.
And Joanne didn't provide you with any explanation?
No, just he had a bruise.
Matt, just 1 second. Thank you, sir. I don't have any further questions.
Cross?
No cross, Judge.
Okay, you may step down. Thank you.
Thank you.
Judge, at the time, the state would call Carol Ruzicka to the stand.
All right, ma'am, would you raise your right hand to be sworn? You swear to tell the truth?
I do.
Okay, have a seat.
Thank you.
Make sure you speak directly into the microphone. Keep your voice up.
Okay.
Don't speak too quickly.
Okay.
You may proceed.
Thank you, Judge. Good morning, ma'am. Would you please state your first and last name? Would you spell your last name for the court reporter who's sitting next to you?
Surely. My name is Carol. The last name is Ruzicka, Ruzicka.
Okay, are you employed, retired?
Retired
Okay, where'd you work?
for the Illinois Department of Children and Family Services.
All right, and could you please tell the judge about your educational background?
Sure. I received my undergraduate degree from Marquette University in 1978, and then a master's in social work from Loyola University in 1996.
Okay, and when did you begin working at DCFS?
In 1988.
How many years did you work there?
31.
And could you give us a timeline and just sort of describe your career at DCFS, please?
Sure. I began my career at DCFS in 1988 on the west side of Chicago as what they called at that time a follow-up multi-service worker, meaning that I monitored kids that were in foster care as well as families and children that were home with their parents. I did that from 1988 to 1991, at which time then I became a supervisor for the team that I had been a part of. I functioned as a supervisor of that team, though during that, the team sort of changed, or the agency changed, and it broke off from children in foster care were monitored by one group, and children that were still at home with their parents or guardians were by another group. And I worked with the ones that were still at home.
Okay, and what did you do next?
Then from there, in 2000, I came out to the northern region, which is part of this area, as a child protection supervisor. I did that for about 10 years, at which time then I became a child protection manager, which then the title changed to an area administrator. Again.
I'm sorry to cut you off.
That's okay.
What year did you become a area administrator or a manager?
2010.
2010. And how many years had you been out here working as a supervisor?
10.
Okay.
And then from there, go ahead.
Yeah, please.
From-
And after
from there,
2010, could you tell the judge about your career, please.
From there, as I said, the title became area administrator. I did that until 2018 when I became a regional administrator and did that, which meant I was in charge of the whole northern region, and for placement as well, kids in care as well as the investigative end until the point of my retirement.
Okay. And could you tell the judge what is a child protection specialist or an investigator?
What they're hired to do is to first and fundamentally ensure children's safety. Generally, what they do is a supervisor assigns them an investigation after it comes in from the state central registry, the hotline, and then they would go out, read the investigation, have supervision, decide what tasks need to be done relative to policy and procedures, and go out and interview all parties, obtain all necessary documentation. Again, the whole time ensuring children's safety.
Okay. And a public service administrator or a supervisor, what are their primary responsibilities?
What they are to do is to supervise the investigators, to provide ongoing supervision, direction, help guide them, ensure that all the tasks that are outlined in procedures are done. Basically, they're walking with them through the investigation.
Okay. And so you talked about 10 years in the northern region being a supervisor, and
Yes.
then before that you were somewhere in Chicago. I think you said West Side.
Correct.
How many years total were you a supervisor?
Supervisor or administrator?
Yes.
28.
Okay. And how many investigations did you supervise?
Over the years, probably thousands.
Okay. And as a supervisor, how many cases of child abuse did you yourself investigate, where you acted as the investigator?
Maybe 50. I didn't function in that role. I was entitled in that role.
Okay. But you did, as part of the supervisor, would you take investigations?
Yes, yes, absolutely.
Okay. Could you tell the judge what DCFS is?
It's a state mandated agency. It's based on laws, statutes that function is to investigate allegations of abuse and neglect largely.
Okay.
Ensuring kid safety.
All right, Judge, at this time, I'd like to qualify Ms. Ruzicka as an expert in DCFS child abuse investigations.
Any objection?
Judge, I would make the same voir dire and the same objection that I did at the December 2022 hearing and motion in limine, that she qualifies as an expert in supervision, but not in investigations. The court overruled the objection last time, so.
Okay, and Mr. McQuaid?
Judge, I have no further objection.
Okay, so I will once again overrule the objection for the reasons I stated last time. So the court will declare her to be an expert in that field.
Okay, thank you, Judge. All right, so and let me just back
Sure.
us up to where we were. Did the Illinois statutes create DCFS?
They did.
Okay, and to your knowledge, do Illinois statutes give DCFS authority to create rules and procedures?
They do.
Okay, I'm going to ask you a real specific question now, okay? Does DCFS have primary authority under the Abused and Neglected Children Reporting Act for receiving and investigating reports alleging the abuse and neglect of a child by a person who is the child's parent or immediate family member, a person responsible for the child's welfare, or a paramour of the child's parent or individual residing in the same home as a child?
Yes.
Okay, we can unpack that a little bit. So if a child is abused or neglected by a parent, it's DCFS and not the police that have a primary legal duty to investigate under the law.
That is correct.
Okay. And can DCFS still cooperate with law enforcement?
Oh, yes, and often do.
While working with law enforcement, who generally directs it or would be in charge of the investigation?
DCFS would be.
Okay. And then let's back up broadly and just talk about DCFS generally. You had mentioned some different roles, but I just want to think about that a little bit. Okay, so who's in charge of DCFS?
The gentleman's name is Mark Smith.
All right, and what's like the title? Do you remember? Do you recall? off the
Director.
top of- Director. And there's different DCF regions that you had referred to. Could you tell us about that, please?
Again, this goes back to when I worked there. There were, at that time, 4 regions. They were set up geographically, like Cook, Southern, Central, and Northern.
Does McHenry County have its own, like what, is McHenry County part of a particular region?
It is as part of the Northern region.
All right. And does McHenry County have its own office?
It did at that time.
Okay, and was that office responsible for all investigations of child abuse and neglect that occurred in this county?
That's correct.
Okay. The procedures 300, could you tell the judge what those are, please?
Those are basically outlines the investigative process, what needs to be done from start to finish, including what contacts need to be made, what documents need to be obtained, who needs to be interviewed, timelines for when things should be done. It guides and directs.
Okay, and who makes these procedures?
The department does.
Okay, and how central are these procedures to DCFS investigations into child abuse and neglect?
They're very central. They're critical.
All right, are they sort of like the Bible for DCFS agents?
They are.
Are copies available to investigators and supervisors?
Yes, they're always available.
All right. And generally speaking, just generally speaking, are these procedures mandatory? In other words, do investigators and supervisors have to follow them?
Yes, they're mandatory.
All right. And can some of the investigative steps in the P300s be waived by a supervisor or even an area administrator?
Yes, there are things that can be waived.
All right. So during an investigation, who's responsible for making the request for a waiver?
It would be the investigator.
All right. And would that request need to be documented?
Yes, it would need
All
to
right.
be.
And what does the supervisor do upon getting a request to waive something within the P300s?
First off, there should be a dialogue between the supervisor and investigator about what they want to waive.
Okay.
And then ultimately, the supervisor would be the one that would agree with the investigator.
All right, and then should that decision where a waiver is granted, should that be documented as part of the investigation?
Yes, it should be.
All right. So if an investigator doesn't do something and like a supervisor doesn't do anything or like doesn't call them out on that, is that considered to be an appropriate waiver?
No.
Okay. If an investigator doesn't do something and at the end of an investigation, a supervisor agrees to close the case, has the supervisor implicitly waived whatever should have been done?
Simply by closing it? No.
What kind of training do investigators and supervisors get on the P300s in 2018 and prior while you were with DCFS?
the investigators and staff were trained when they were initially hired, and then throughout the time that they're there, there's always ongoing training, especially as things change. Like in 2015, procedures were revised, staff was retrained. There were ongoing meetings. For supervisor, there were supervisor meetings where things like changes and weak performance areas where people needed to firm up. Those were often discussed.
All right, and what kind of training have you received on the P300s? I would imagine it's in addition to what you just talked about.
Right. Again, I was initially trained because when I did switch to child protection, I did go through the training of a child protection investigator. So I was trained, again, you would get at that point, and then I was part of the group that helped revise procedures in 2015. Again, throughout the time, you'd always get policy transmittals, updates, things that would be provided to you and to all staff.
Okay.
As to changes and things such as that.
As a supervisor, how often would you use the P300s?
Daily.
All right. Fair to say you're readily familiar with them.
Yes.
Judge, I'd also like to qualify Ms. Rizika as an expert in the P300s at this time.
Any objection?
No objection.
All right. All right, the court will find that she's an expert in the area of the P300 series of regulations.
All right. Okay, Judge, now I was not aware that we were going to have a camera in the courtroom until yesterday, and I prepared this witness prior to that. So I have a binder which has a number of documents that have already been entered into evidence. It's just sort of, I'm going to go, I pulled documents from sort of each of the exhibits because I want to go through specific documents with her, and I put them in order. Everything in here has already been entered into evidence, so I'd ask to give this to Ms. Rizika as a demonstrative evidence. I provided a copy of this binder to both counsels. I'd also like to provide Your Honor with a copy of this so that you can go through it as we're going through the direct examination as we refer to these documents.
Okay, any objection?
I was provided with a copy of the binder before the break. I haven't thoroughly reviewed it, but it appears to be documents that are included in the stipulation. I don't object to the witness having it during her testimony, but I would like the record to be very clear anytime that she's reading from it or referring to it.
All right, so, ma'am, when you're testifying, if you are going to read, just please state verbatim and then read it, and then, or quote, end quote.
Okay.
And if you're paraphrasing it, please make that clear as well.
Okay.
Okay, and so you can hand that up to me.
Okay, and just to be on the same page, most of what's in here, I'm going to refer to, I'm going to read, and then I'm going to ask that we talk about it, just so everybody's on the same page, and I'll do my very best to make sure that the record reflects what I'm looking at.
Mr. McQuaid, anything? Okay.
Judge, this is a copy for Your Honor.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Okay, before we get into that, let me ask you, do you know the defendants?
Yes.
How?
From working with them in the Woodstock field office, at one point, I was Mr. Polivan's supervisor.
Okay, and in late 2018 and early 2019, how were each of the defendants employed?
Mr. Costa was child protection investigator. Actually, he was an advanced specialist, and Mr. Polivan was a public service administrator.
When you say advanced specialist, does that change the nature of the job? Does that basically mean investigator?
What it means is that he has a master's degree and that he's, in theory, it should mean that he could take a little bit more difficult investigations.
Okay. And could you identify the defendants in open court?
Sure.
By an article of clothing that they're wearing? You can start with
Mr. Costa, green tie, is it? Okay. And Mr. Polivan is over here on my right with his reading glasses on.
Judge, I'd ask that the record reflect the incorrect
Sorry.
identification of this.
The record will reflect the in-court identification of both defendants.
Okay, let the record reflect, I'm looking at Exhibit 20, it's Section 30, this is page 1 of the binder that I handed out. It's Section 300.10. Let me read a section to you, the highlighted section, and then we can talk about it. The purpose of these procedures is to define the intervention process and provide instruction to staff for all steps of that process from the from the report received alleging that a child has been, that a child may be abused or neglected to the completion of the investigation. So let me ask you a question based on that. So is it fair to say that you're supposed to use these procedures for every step of an investigation?
Yes.
Will you please turn to the next page? This is also Exhibit 20, Section 300.150. I'm going to read the highlighted section, and then we can talk about it. Abused child means a child whose parents or immediate family member or any member responsible for the child's welfare or any individual residing in the same home as the child or paramour of the child's parent inflicts, causes to be inflicted, or allows to be inflicted upon such child physical injury by other than accidental means which causes death, disfigurement, impairment, or physical or emotional health, or loss of impairment of any bodily function. And then a little bit down, the highlighted section, inflicts excessive corporal punishment. So could you tell the judge what is excessive corporal punishment? What is that? What does that mean?
It would be hitting the child, leaving a significant mark. It would be oftentimes using an instrument. It's not a pat on the child's fanny.
Okay. It also talks about a caretaker potentially being abusive if they allow another to be abusive. What does that mean?
That means you can't just sit back and let it happen. You're as much responsible.
Okay, flip the page if you would, please. I'm at Exhibit 20. This is Section 300.15, definition of neglected child. Let me read this, and then we can talk about it.
Okay.
Neglected child means any child who is not receiving the proper or necessary nourishment or medically indicated treatment, including food or care, not provided solely on the basis of present or anticipated mental or physical impairment as determined by a physician acting alone or in consultation with other physicians, or otherwise is not receiving the proper or necessary support or medical or other remedial care recognized under state law as necessary for a child's well-being, or other care necessary for a child's well-being, including adequate food, clothing, and shelter, or who is subject to an environment that is injurious as far as the child's environment creates a likelihood of harm to the child's health, physical well-being, or welfare, and the likely harm to the child is the result of a blatant disregard of parent, caretaker, or agency responsibilities. Could an injurious environment include one that includes animal waste?
Yes.
Okay. Infestation, like mice.
Yes.
Unfinished house, or a house that's under construction.
If it poses a risk to the child, yes.
Okay. What about a house that's filled up with garbage or refuse?
Yes.
Okay. Please turn the page if you would. I'm at Section 300.20, subsection A. This is also Exhibit 20 for the record.
Mr. Kinnear?
Yes.
Oh, yes, slow down.
Okay. I'll try. And if you need me to slow down, feel free to pipe up. Okay? You're welcome. Subsection A, reporting child abuse and neglect to the department. Reports of suspected child abuse or neglect may be made to the State Central Register SCR hotline 24 hours per day, 7 days per week via the 1-800-25-ABUSE, 800-252-2873 toll-free number, or to a local DCF office during regular business hours. Persons that call local offices to report suspected abuse or neglect should be encouraged to call the toll-free hotline to make their reports. Is that okay? Speed is okay? Okay. How are reports of abuse or neglect made to DCFS?
Generally, the way the reports are made is a call is made to, again, I'll say the child abuse hotline. And a reporter could be somebody that's a mandated reporter or just somebody that's showing concern, neighbor, family member, would call the hotline and allege that a child is either being abused or neglected.
Who can make reports?
Anybody can make a report.
All right. And what is the DCFS hotline or SCR, State Central Register?
What is it?
Yeah.
It's like a call center where there are staff there 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, taking calls, the calls. When the calls are made, the person screening, for lack of better, the floor call worker makes the determination, sometimes in consultation with the supervisor, if a report is going to be taken or not. Sometimes things really don't meet the definition that somebody's calling in for a report to be.
So do all reports go through this central hotline?
They do.
Okay, why not just call the local office?
because that's not the way it works.
Okay. We can talk about this a little later, but does the State Central Register maintain records of prior DCFS reports of abuse and neglect investigations?
They do. That's another one of their jobs or function is to keep tracking.
Okay, and these prior reports of abuse and neglect, would those records be available to investigators and supervisors within DCFS?
Yes.
All right, and how would they access them?
Oftentimes, when the report comes into the field office, the floor call worker's already done some research, and oftentimes will say, generally at the bottom of the narrative, that there's been a prior history with the family. The other way you would know is by the number, or excuse me, the letter on the report. Each investigation comes in with a number and then a letter sequence, starting with A, going all the way through.
Would they be on a database that the DCFS investigators
Yes.
have access to?
Yes.
Okay. Okay, next page, please. Exhibit 20, subsection E of 300.20, the report narrative. The CFW must elicit enough information in a telephone interview to accurately assess a situation and determine that the 4 criteria required to qualify as a report of abuse or neglect is met. For additional information, please refer to Procedures 300.30, A1 criteria for a report of abuse or neglect. The function of the narrative is to identify and document information required by law that allows DCFS to intervene to provide sufficient background information to the child protection specialist to support the allegations of abuse or neglect and to help focus the scope of the investigation. So let's talk first about the 4 criteria. One is the child is under, we talked about this, the child is under 18.
Correct.
Okay, it's a caretaker.
A parent caretaker, yes.
Incident of harm.
Correct.
And they live in the same household.
Yeah,
Okay.
and they'd have to live in Illinois.
All right. And would you tell the judge what is a CFW or a call floor worker?
That's the person that takes the call at the hotline. That's the call floor worker.
Okay. And then, so basically, in addition to the 4 criteria, the CFW is trying to get sufficient background names, locations, what happened, et cetera, right?
Correct.
Okay. Now, how would that information then be transferred over to a local office so that an investigation can begin?
What they do is they literally put it into a computer, and now, back in the day, we used to get it off a fax machine, but once the system went computerized, which has been quite a number of years, they enter it in the computer and it goes immediately to the field office. So what they've typed in, the supervisor sees at the field office.
Okay, so it's information immediately transferred?
Yes.
Okay. And then how, like a case comes into a local office, you talked about how it went to the supervisor, how then would that get assigned out to an investigator?
Then the supervisor would turn around through the computer and initially assign it to an investigator, as well as then sit down with the investigator, discuss what the narrative, what the report says, the identifying information, everything from the sequence to the reporter, and outline what tasks and how the investigation is to be conducted. For example, if it's the police and the child's at a police station, then you would go to the police, you're going to go to the police department, you're going to go interview the child, the parent, the police, whoever, all the parties are involved, as well as, seeing the home environment.
Okay. Please turn the page. I'm on Exhibit 20, subsection 300.30, subsection H. It's entitled Classification of Reports, subsection 1, Initial Oral Reports, IOR. A report received at SCR involving subjects in a family unit with no pending or previously indicated reports or unfounded reports held on file as intentional false reports. Each IOR is assigned a new SCR identification number with a quote-unquote A sequence. Subsection 2, Subsequent Oral Reports, SOR. A SOR is a report of a new incident of abuse or neglect involving the same family unit, i.e. one previously reported adult and at least one previously reported child, in a report that is pending in, quote, pending approval, end quote, status or retained as either indicated or intentionally false. In assigning a SOR, the SCR number is used and a new letter sequence is added. So let's talk about that. Would you tell the judge what a sequence is?
A sequence is just that. It's first report, second report, things like, such as that.
Okay, so like with regard to AJ, if a first report came in, that would, of abuse and neglect, that would get an A sequence.
That is correct.
And that report and investigation would be entitled the A sequence.
That would be correct.
Okay, and then down the road, another report comes in, that would get a B sequence, and
That-
and
that's
so on
correct.
and so forth.
Correct.
Okay. Who is the prime, and so, and a sequence, is there a report that's generated as part of a sequence?
Right, that is
The sequence report?
Right.
And who are the authors, or who is the primary author of a sequence report?
Again, initially comes in from the hotline, but once the investigation commences, it's a supervisor investigator or whoever the investigators are that are involved.
Okay.
Or supervisor.
So is it fair to say there's generally more than one author?
Yes,
Okay. Should those creating a report document all investigatory activities and conversations?
yes,
Should they document all important and relevant information?
yes.
Okay, if there's no mention of something being done in a sequence report, what does that tell you?
It wasn't done.
All right, now prior to coming to court here today, did you have the opportunity to review the C sequence involving AJ Freund?
I did.
Okay, and did you have the opportunity to review the A and B sequence involving AJ Freund?
B, yes, A at a limited level.
Okay, but you had the opportunity to look at it.
Yes,
Okay. Let's go back to the C sequence for a second. All right, does this set forth the investigative activities of the defendant's investigation into the abuse and neglect allegations against AJ Freund and Parker on December 18th of 2018?
yes,
Okay. And do both of the defendants author the majority of the various sections therein?
yes,
Okay. And let's talk about the A and the B sequence. Should these documents have been acquired as part of the investigation into the C sequence allegations against the defendants?
yes,
And should they have been reviewed?
yes,
Okay, would what's in there be germane and relevant to the C sequence investigation?
yes.
Moving on, Exhibit 20. This is subsection 300.50A. There's a highlighted section there that I'm not going to read, but I just want you to take a look at. Do the P300s have rules regarding the timeline of an investigation?
They do.
And could you kindly just sort of walk us through what that general timeline is, please?
There are certain tasks that need to be done at 24 hours, at 48 hours, at 5 days, but there's some real critical junctures. 14 days, another one that's critical, 30 days, 45, 55, and then
Okay.
60.
And what is 60?
Investigations are to be completed within 60 days unless there is a reason to extend it
Okay.
beyond that.
Now, are these timelines when things are supposed to get done, or are these timelines sort of deadlines? Like everything has to be done by these timelines?
They're deadlines.
Okay.
Many-
And could things be done before these deadlines?
Oh, yes,
So you could close a case earlier than 60 days?
yes.
Okay. And can you extend can you extend an investigation past 60 days?
You can for cause. And cause could be you're waiting for a mental health report, a police report. It would be, there has to be a reason for it.
So if there's more to do, you could get an additional 30
Oh,
days?
yes. Oh, yes.
All right. Could an entire investigation be completed within 14, 15 days?
Investigations that are closed within 14 days are ones that are found not to be good faith reports, or that's because of good, it's not a good faith report.
Does that sort of mean it doesn't meet one of those 4 criteria?
Right, well, or that what's reported, there's like no basis to it. For example, if a report would come in and saying a child is being left home alone, and you go to the home and there are no children.
Okay.
That's not a good faith report.
So then how common is it for an investigation to be closed at around 14 days for a good faith report?
Not all that common.
Please flip the page if you would.
Uh-huh.
I'm at Exhibit 20 of the P300s, and this is Appendix B of the P300, subsections A and B. And I'm not going to read this either, but I just want you to take a look at it so that we can talk about it. Could you tell the judge what is Appendix B?
Appendix B is the allegation system. Appendix B outlines each allegation, defines it, what needs to be done, why can I back up a minute?
Please,
Each
yeah, of
report
course.
comes in with an allegation on it. For example, in allegation 11, cuts, bruises, welts, and oral abrasions. Appendix B, if you went to that part of it, would outline the definition and what needs to be done during the course of that investigation while looking at that allegation. What context, paperwork, things such as that.
Okay, so DCFS categorizes different types of reports by different numbers?
They do.
Okay, and why do they do so? Why do they do that?
It just helps to organize and more clearly define.
Are there different investigative steps for different types of allegations?
There are.
Okay. On December 18th, in the case of AJ, that C sequence, would that have involved an allegation 11?
It did.
Okay. So allegation 11, would that set forth steps that a investigator and supervisor would need to take regarding that?
Yes, it would.
Okay. And flip the page with me if you would. And this is Exhibit 20. This is allegation B, and this is the section describing allegation 11. And I'm going to read this to you.
Okay.
Subsection A, definition. Cut, open paren, laceration, close paren. A cut is an opening, incision, or break in the skin made by some external agent. Bruise. A bruise is an injury which results in bleeding under the skin and in which skin is discolored but not broken. A bruise can also be called ecchymosis, contusions, or petechiae. Welt. A welt is an elevation on the skin produced by a lash, blow, or allergic stimulus. The skin is not broken and the mark is reversible. Abrasion. An abrasion is a scraping away of the skin. Now, you've had the opportunity to look at AJ's bruise as photographed on December 18th of 2018, right?
Yes.
Would this meet the definition? Would that meet the definition of bruise or welt?
Yes.
Okay. So allegations 11 and all the requirements under 11 in the Appendix B would have applied.
Yes.
Okay.
That's correct.
Flip the page with me if you would, and I'm on Exhibit 20, the allegation 11, subsection C, 1B. And it says, a waiver of the above requirements must be approved by the child protection supervisor and may require approval by the area administrator. Details of the request and the supervisor's decision must be documented in a supervisory note. What is this telling us here?
Again, some tasks can be waived, but again, it's ultimately the supervisor or area administrator's decision to do that, and what it's saying, it should be documented in the body of the investigation.
Okay.
And the reason why.
Okay, thank you. Next page, please. Exhibit 20. This is Appendix B, allegation 82, subsection A, definition, environmental neglect. The child's person, clothing, or living conditions are unsanitary to the point that there is a likelihood of harm to the child's health, physical well-being, or welfare. This may include, but is not limited to, infestation of rodents, spiders, insects, snakes, humans, or animal feces, rotten or spoiled food, or rotten or spoiled garbage. So now, based on that definition, if it meets an allegation 82, in addition to allegation 11, are there further investigative steps under Appendix B that would need to be accomplished by anyone investigating this case?
Right. An allegation of environmental neglect necessitates going to the home immediately to see the condition.
Okay. Please flip to the next page with me. This is Exhibit 20, subsection 300.50 of the P300s, subsection I. And I just want to take a step back and broaden our focus for a moment. What are the various outcomes of a DCFS investigation? But before you answer that, let me read this for you.
Okay.
When the child protection specialist has completed all required investigative contacts and has gathered all inculpatory and exculpatory evidence, the child protection specialist shall, in consultation with the child protection supervisor, make a final finding.
Slow down a little bit.
Yeah, thank you, Judge. Thank you, Judge. I apologize. Shall make a final finding determination. The determination shall be based upon whether the evidence gathered during the investigation and from the direct observations made by the child protection specialist constitutes credible evidence of child abuse or neglect. And then I'm jumping down to the other highlighted section In subsection 2, when the evaluation of all inculpatory and exculpatory evidence leads a reasonable person to believe that an incident of abuse or neglect did occur, the allegation is indicated. Subsection 4, when the evaluation of all inculpatory and exculpatory evidence leads a reasonable person to believe that the incidents of abuse or neglect did not occur, the allegation is unfounded. Okay, so tell the judge, what are the various outcomes of a DCFS investigation?
Again, they can be indicated or unfounded. Indicated means that something either happened or more likely than not it happened. Unfounded either means that it didn't happen at all or it just doesn't meet the definition which to indicate it.
Okay, and who would make the determination of indicated or unfounded?
The supervisor or investigator during supervision.
Okay, so they both are responsible for that?
Yes.
Okay. And what usually happens if a DCFS investigation is quote-unquote unfounded?
Well, it's closed out. You could unfound a case and still feel like the family needed some services and refer them for that. But if a case is unfounded, the investigation ceases.
If the case is unfounded and you refer the family for services after the case is unfounded and they don't comply, is there anything DCFS can do?
At that point, you could refer to the state's attorney's office for possible court intervention. But again, you wouldn't close the investigation if the family wasn't committed to it.
Then when you say close the investigation, you mean unfound the investigation?
Yeah.
So generally, when a case is unfounded, the investigation's over?
Yep. Yes.
Okay, flip the page for me, if you will. Exhibit 20, subsection, P300s 300.50, subsection G. Inculpatory evidence is evidence showing or tending to show a person's involvement in or responsibility for an act of abuse or neglect. Exculpatory evidence is evidence tending to show a person's lack of involvement in or lack of responsibility for an act of abuse or neglect. So should all inculpatory and exculpatory evidence be documented in a sequence report?
It should.
Okay, flip the page for me, if you will, and the next few pages are going to be the C sequence, which is Exhibit 24. Okay?
Yes.
You with me?
Yes.
All right. This first page, I'm with Bate stamped 165. Could you just walk the judge through this page?
Okay. This is the beginning part of the report. What this says. Starting at the top, it's telling you the SCR number, the 209-2664C. C is saying that's the third report, at least on this family. It's telling the mother's name. In this case, it's the mother's name. The report, date and time, when it has to be initiated, when the initial due date is, 30-day closing date, final finding date, which is 60 days out. At this point, this is a closed investigation, so it's saying it's closed, it was unfounded, and it tells you the date it was unfounded. It said it went to a formal investigation, meaning after 14 days, you have to make a determination if an investigation is going to move forward into a formal investigation. In fact, it's formal means that when the determination was that there was some merit to it, it was going forward. Then if you kind of go down, it starts to list the mother's name again, the sequence number.
You see where it says intake, date, and time? You see the subsection child abuse?
Yeah.
Okay, you see, it says 8:47 a.m.?
Correct.
What does that mean?
That's the time that usually it starts when the floor call worker is starting this,
Okay, so then look at page 166, just flip a couple pages. Bate stamp 166, 167, and 168. Would this be sort of the document generated by the call floor worker at the state hotline that was transmitted to the Woodstock office?
Right, this is the information that she would have entered, either had in the computer and was able to obtain from the computer or enter.
Okay, look at 166 for me. It talks about subjects, and why are these subjects included and not others?
Because they live at the home residence. They're all their residence address is all the same.
Okay, and it looks like Nowicki and Cunningham's address here is 94 Dole Avenue in Crystal Lake.
That is correct.
All right, and who would have created this page?
Again, the floor call worker.
Call floor worker, okay. All right, now go to 167, and if you could jump down with me to the allegation slash relationships part of it. It talks about, and then you see where it says allegation.
Yes?
So it says 118282. What does that mean?
11 is kind of what we talked about. That's from Appendix B. That's cuts, bruises, welts, abrasions, and oral injuries. That would suggest that the child has some type, in this case, a bruise, we know. The 82, that's an environmental neglect, meaning the home, there's some concerns about the safety of the home as it poses a risk to the kid's safety.
Okay, and that would activate Appendix B and what you would need to do under Appendix B.
That is correct.
Go to 168, Bait Stamp 168 of the C sequence, Exhibit 24, and let me just read you that top section under emergency response, and then we can talk about it. Reporter states on December 18th, 2018, Joanne mother called police stating that Daniel Paramore stole her prescription medication and cell phone. Reporter states that Daniel did not have any of Joanne's belongings, but reporter observed a large bruise on Andrew's age 5 hip towards the back, and Joanne stated that it was from the dog. Reporter states that the bruise is not consistent with the dog. Joanne is being arrested for driving on a suspended license. Joanne is a former heroin addict and takes Suboxone and Adderall, but reporter states that Joanna doesn't look good, and if Joanne is clean, she likely hasn't been very long. Reporter adds that the condition of the home was disgusting. The ceiling is falling down, the floor is torn up, the kid's bedroom smells like feces, there's dog urine on the floor. It's unknown if Parker, age 3, has any injuries because he was in a onesie. Daniel is also on Suboxone. Based on your training and experience, what is Suboxone? Do you know?
It's an opiate depressant. It helps, it's given to people that are heroin addicts.
Okay, and what about Adderall? Do you know what that is?
No,
Okay.
not, I do, but not enough to try to explain it.
Okay. Go to that second paragraph that starts with no known disabilities.
Yes?
Okay, and you see the second sentence, it says SACWIS equals positive, and then CISIS equals positive. What does that mean?
Okay. What the SACWIS refers to positive is that SCR number. It's telling you that this family has a history with the department. And that would also be reflected in the C, by the letters, the C on this. What CISIS is telling you, it's saying that that isn't the system that's often used for kids in foster care or when there's open cases on families
Okay.
beyond an investigation. So what this is saying is that there was a open case, and then it lists that 5429140. That's the case number that was assigned to the family case, and it was open from November 12th, 2013 through April 21st, 2016. Then it goes on further to say Andrew, the same number, but now he is an 03. It's because he was a child in care. He was in foster care. And those dates, 11/12/13 to 4/21/16, would also reflect that the
Okay.
child had been in care.
So this family's got a history. They've had a prior founded case that lasted at least 2 years and perhaps other stuff.
And this says that the child was in foster care.
Okay.
He had been removed from the parents.
Okay. Now, all of this information on Bait Stamps 165 through 168, would that have been provided to the defendants at the time that they began their investigation?
Yes.
Okay. Moving on, Exhibit 20, this is Appendix B, subsection H2, required activities. All investigative activities must be documented in a contact note or note within 48 hours. Subsect 2C, thoroughly read and review prior indicated and, if available, unfounded investigations. Okay, so it looks like defendant Acosta was required to get the prior investigations, whether founded or not, right?
Correct.
And read them,
Correct.
all right? And then document it
Correct.
within 48 hours.
Correct.
All right. Why is that important?
Because you want to know what the history on the family is, especially before you go out and if you have the time to, before you meet the family, because when you start asking questions, you're come armed with more information, so you know if, for example, they tell you something that is less than truthful, you have information that you can come back and say, and challenge it.
Are they important even if it's unfounded?
Oh, yes.
Okay. In your review of the C sequence, did you see any investigative note or any documentation that the A or the B sequence were acquired and reviewed by Defendant Acosta or Defendant Paul?
No,
What does that tell you?
that wasn't done.
Moving on, Exhibit 24, this is Bates stamp 169. This is the C sequence, Your Honor.
Judge, before we jump to another page of that exhibit, can we approach about this demonstrative exhibit?
Sure.
Judge, I can appreciate that it's meant to be an efficiency. First, it should be marked as a demonstrative exhibit, and it should be Bates stamped. We have no meaningful way of keeping up with Mr. Camille.
Mine's been stamped.
Only certain pages are Bates stamped.
Okay, then, well, so far, I have not failed to follow any pages. So I'm not sure where your problem is coming in. He's going in chronological order.
My concern is on the record,
Mhm.
which is not absorbing the significance of moving on.
I don't understand what you're saying.
I think that the record requires that it be Bates stamped. I think we should be referring to specific pages of this exhibit. First, I think it should be marked, and I think we should be referring to specific pages of the exhibit. The only ones that are Bates stamped are, so far, the C sequence. I assume that there are pages of police reports in here that are going to have different, non-consecutive Bates stamping that comes from the discovery answer.
My concern is that Bates stamping is only one way to mark and differentiate a piece of paper. And the reason why I haven't had a hard time following any of this is because almost every other one has a specific section number on it. And it's in chronological
This is
order.
actually what created my concern. The last page, Mr. Canale referred to H2. Nowhere on the page does it reflect that that is part of subsection H.
Are you referring to page 4 of 36?
No.
Oh, I'm sorry, okay, page 5. That's Bates stamped at 169.
No, I'm referring to this part procedures 300 that came immediately before. 169 is where Mr. Canale was turning.
Mm-hmm.
The page before that is part of People's Exhibit 20, or the procedures 300, has no Bates stamping or other numbering system. And when he read from a specific section of it, he said it was part of Appendix B, H2. The fact that that is an excerpt from subparagraph H doesn't appear actually on the face of this.
All right, well, number one, I've been told that all of these are in evidence, is that correct? So that cures some of it. So what I'm gonna do is, if you're having a problem following it, I'll require him to come and show you the exact thing. But if it's in evidence, you've had it, you've reviewed it, it's chronological, we're going page after page, all of us have the same chronological page work here, I don't think that's a problem.
I have it because I received it approximately 25 minutes ago. This demonstrative exhibit, I have not reviewed.
I know, you
I
told
do
me.
have the substance elsewhere.
Yeah, you told me that before, and I did know that, but it is in evidence. And if you have a question for following it, that's fine. Once again, as far as following it, I followed every single one of these so far. I haven't gotten lost once, and you've reviewed all these things, and I never have, other than rolling in the motion to eliminate briefly. So it is, we've already put on the record that this entire exhibit is demonstrative. So for instance, any of these exhibits were referred to that are not in evidence, you'd have a good point there, but they
It's not my
are.
concern that they're not in evidence. It's my concern that the record is not clear what we're referring to.
Okay, I think the record is sufficiently clear.
Thank
Do you have something to add?
Just one thing, Judge, and this is more of a cross-examination. I'm now numbering each page, like 1 through.
Okay.
So when I make my notes, I refer back. I'm gonna ask Ms. Rizika about page 17.
Mm-hmm.
And I'll go back and I'll pull up to page 17, then I have to dig through Ms. Rizika's exhibit to get her set. This is just an economical thing with time, just in order to get everybody on the same page.
Mhm.
I don't think it's, I think it's uncomfortable that she would have to be like spinning through this and I'll be up there with her, finding out what page I'm referring to when I say turn to the page, which I've marked as 17, to ask her questions about it. That's, and it's not, it's a different thing, and it's more, that would make my life easier, Judge, but I also think it would make the witness's life easier too.
Okay, so let's put it this way. This binder has what I would consider to be approximately 70 pages in it, or 80. So after court today, you guys, not me, you guys, are gonna sit down with a pen and number every one of these pages, just like you suggested, and then we're fine.
That's fine, Judge, I'll do that.
Okay?
Yep.
Yes. All right, thank you.
All right, 169 of the C sequence, Exhibit 24. You see that section, it's marked investigative subjects.
I do,
Okay, and you see Joanne Cunningham?
correct.
All right, and what is her mailing address?
Her mailing address is, according to this, is 2200 North Seminary Avenue, the
Okay.
McHenry County Jail.
All right, and just backing up, so the investigative subjects, in other words, these are the people who could have been responsible for the abuse or neglect of AJ.
Yeah, that's what it's coming in as,
All right,
yes.
and who would have authored this section?
Again, this comes from the state central registry, the
Okay.
call floor worker.
All right, and Andrew Friend, age 59, what are his addresses listed as?
He has a number of addresses. His mailing address was listed at the 2200 North Seminary, the McHenry County Jail.
All right, are there other addresses?
There are.
What are they?
It says under other addresses, 4807 Gregory Street in McHenry, other address 94 Dole Avenue in Crystal Lake, and other address unknown, Illinois.
Okay, and then Daniel Nowicki, what are his addresses?
It says he has two resident addresses. The resident address, first one is 8608 Ramble Road in Wonder Lake. His other residence address is 94 Dole Avenue, Crystal Lake.
Okay, so the mailing addresses for Cunningham and Friend, they list the McHenry County Jail. What would that have told an investigator?
They're at the jail?
Or at some point were?
Yeah, correct.
Okay. Okay, I am on the next page. Exhibit 20 says P300s 300.50, subsection B, and that would be page 2 of section 300.50. I'm going to read you a couple sections, and then we can talk about it, okay?
Okay.
All right. Subsection B, initial investigative activities, and then if you go down to the note section, complete a person search and leads checks. Leads is for persons over 13 years of age on the subjects of the report and all members of the household. Please turn to the next page. This is subsection E of Procedures 300, 300.50, page 27, Exhibit 20. For the purposes of making investigative decisions, assessing safety, and supporting a final finding, child protection specialists must gather evidence and be objective in the gathering of both inculpatory and exculpatory evidence. Gathering evidence is allegation-specific and includes, but is not limited to, completing all searches and leads checks. Next page. Appendix B, page 10, Exhibit 20, subsection H2A. All investigative activities must be documented in a contact or case note within 48 hours. The child protection specialist shall complete a person search, Cons 19, and within 48 hours request a leads check of household members and other subjects regularly frequenting or living in the home. The child protection specialist shall review leads for all subjects, including those involved in the safety assessment. So could you tell the judge, what is a leads sheet?
A lead sheet is a request, a lot of times it's done by the call worker and it's noted on the report when you get it. It's a criminal background check. You're getting, it's a sort of a snapshot of people's police contacts, where they were arrested, convictions. It also says the charges, so you can see if somebody has some criminal history.
Okay, and how is it acquired?
Again, sometimes it's, the hotline does it for you. Otherwise, the investigator would request it. It's done through the computer system.
And how quickly, if an investigator requests it, how quickly can it be acquired?
Once it became computerized, very quickly, within a couple days.
Okay, but these say that the child protection specialist is responsible for getting it, not the call floor worker, right?
Correct. If the call floor worker, they may request it, but then the investigator is ultimately responsible for getting it.
Okay. Now, based on your review of the C sequence, was a leads check done for Freund or Nowicki?
No.
Please go to Exhibit 20, next page, P300s, Appendix B, pages 12. This is section H3, as well as P300s, Appendix B, page 13, subsections H3D. So it says required documentation. Then if you go to subsection D, documentation that all lead reports were reviewed to determine the impact on safety and the final finding. Based on your review of the C sequence, was a leads report acquired for Cunningham?
Yes.
Okay. And based on your review of the C sequence, was there any documentation that the leads for Cunningham was actually reviewed or considered?
No.
Okay, we are going to, this is of the C sequence, pages 201, bait stamp 201, 202, 203, 204, 205, 206, 207, 208, and 209. So let's start off on bait stamp 201. This is Exhibit 24, the C sequence. All right, do you see the highlighted section where it sort of talks about the names? Well, actually, strike that. Just looking at those pages, could you just tell the judge, what are we looking at?
This is a leads report on Ms. Cunningham that Mr. Acosta obtained relative to the C sequence report. Here, under Ms. Cunningham, it kind of provides some identifying information, her date of birth, height, weight, if she has any kind of scars, tattoos, things such as that, her aliases, and then it goes into, on this first page, a list of the things she's been charged with. Also lists convictions. It also says like her last arrest date, who, or by, like in this case it says by Crystal Lake Police, who was arresting party, and in this case what it was for, driving on a suspended or revoked license.
Okay, but Jen, let's just take one step back.
Okay.
And this type of sheet between pages 201 and 209, this is a lead sheet, right?
It is.
And you're familiar with this type of sheet?
I am.
Have you received any training on how to read lead sheets?
Yes.
Okay. And in the course of your experience with DCFS, how often have you reviewed these types of lead sheets?
All the time. It's because it's a critical part of an investigation.
Okay. And you were talking a little bit about the identifying information. Does it appear as though Ms. Cunningham has some aliases?
It does. She has alias names as well as dates of birth.
Okay. Could you please flip to page 203?
Yes?
All right. And you see the highlighted sections?
Yes.
All right. And could you walk us through what all that means?
The highlighted section on this is saying that on July 19th, 2018, Joanne Cunningham, date of birth 2/28/83, lives at 94 Dole Avenue, Crystal Lake, was arrested by Chicago Police Department, and then it also says like the officer badge number. It goes on to say further what the charge was, that it was battery makes physical contact.
Okay. And now with this information, could an investigator request a copy of that police report?
Yes.
Okay. Please go to page 205, and do you see the subsection that starts with arrest, the date of arrest 6/25/2013?
I do.
And then there's a highlighted section that goes down before another sort of subsection, and it ends with DISP, nollie prosecute?
Correct.
Could you just tell us what that all means?
Again, this is showing that Ms. Cunningham was arrested on June 25th, 2013 for retail theft of less than $150. She was arrested by the Crystal Lake Police Department, and that the disposition of the case was disposed of in October 29th, 2013, and it was nollie prosecuted.
And what does that mean?
To my understanding, it didn't go forward.
Okay. Does that mean it's irrelevant?
No.
With this information, could a police report have been acquired?
Yes.
Okay. And then you have arrest, you see the subsection, June 9th, 2013.
I do.
And then that goes on to the next page, 206.
Yes.
And it ends with date, the highlighted section ends with the date 10/29/13. Could you just walk the judge through what all that means?
Again, this is saying that a few weeks prior to the last arrest, she was arrested by Woodstock Police on June 9th, 2013 for retail theft of $150. The case goes on further. The case was disposed of on October 29, 2013, and she was fined. Oh, excuse me, she wasn't fined, or I don't know if she was. She was given 1 year supervision.
All right, that means she pled guilty.
Yes.
All right. Next subsection, it's the date of arrest, January 18th, 2013. I'm on page 206.
Yes.
And could you walk us through this subsection?
What this is saying is on January 18, 2013, Crystal Lake Police Department arrested for a domestic, it says domestic battery physical contact.
Okay. And it doesn't look like there's a disposition there, right?
No, it does not.
All right. Could you jump, however, to page 209? And then it talks about a domestic battery charge, and then do you see the highlighted section, disposition date 6/26/2013?
Correct.
Charge amended, reduced?
Correct.
Could you just tell the judge what that all means?
This domestic battery physical contact was disposed on June 26, 2013. Like you said, charge amended, reduced. Battery physical contact, withheld judgment, supervision, again, sentenced to 6 months supervision.
All right. And a lead sheet comparable to this for Freund and Nowicki, would that have been relevant to the investigation?
Yes, in light of their, yes, the issues relative to them, yes.
Okay. I am on exhibit, would you go to the next page, please?
Yes?
All right, and I am on procedures 300.50. This is subsection 300.50, subsection C6B. And let me read this for you. The child protection specialist shall inquire how long a family has resided in their present address and obtain information including the address of any previous resident. Contact with law enforcement in cities and towns in which a family recently resided is required and may provide valuable information regarding history of violence that may impact child safety and decision making. Please go to the next page. Let me read you another section. This is subsection 300.50, subsection C, 8A of procedures 300.50, page 18. Exhibit 20. When contacting law enforcement for a police report or information about a specific incident on a pending investigation, the child protection specialist shall also inquire about the availability of other reports involving the family. The child protection specialist shall request a copy of all such reports and review the reports with the child protection supervisor in order to make more informed safety and service referral decisions. Please go to the next page, which is Exhibit 20. It is Procedures 300, Appendix B, page 11, subsection H2J. When the police have investigated the injury/harm to the child, the completed investigation by the police should be obtained and documented. If the police report is not available, use a contact note to document that report has been requested and to include any verbal statements given by the police. Child protection specialists must also inquire about and document efforts to obtain other law enforcement reports on the subject under investigation. And if you would turn to the next page, this is the last section that I'd like to read to you, and then we can discuss these prior sections. This is Appendix B, page 12, subsection H3B, required documentation. If police involvement, police investigation, case findings, and reports generated by the police, as well as law enforcement photographs of the child's injury and scene or other relevant evidence, as well as police investigation, case finding, and reports generated by the police, as well as law enforcement photographs of the child's injury and scene or other relevant evidence. If the police report is not available, use a contact note to document that the report has been requested and to include any verbal statements given by police. The child protection specialist must also inquire about and document efforts to obtain other law enforcement reports on the subjects under investigation. The child protection specialist must make every effort to obtain the police report prior to closing the investigation. Okay, so based on your review of the C sequence, did defendant Acosta seek any police reports from Crystal Lake, Wonder Lake, McHenry City, or Woodstock?
No.
Okay. And what about the police report that was generated by Officer Shitbaugh that was related to the December 18th, 2018 allegation? Was that report acquired as part of the C-sequence investigation?
No, it's not documented.
Okay. Based on your review of the C-sequence, were any police reports at all ever acquired?
No,
Why are police reports so important?
because it contains a lot of information that would be useful and maybe relative to the investigation in assessing child safety.
Based on your training and experience, is from DCFS, is domestic violence a risk factor for child abuse?
It is.
Based on your training and experience, is mental health disorders and suicidal ideation a risk factor for child abuse?
It is.
Okay, what about substance abuse? Is that a risk factor?
It is. Yes, it is.
Okay. And the police reports, which have been previously entered into evidence as exhibits 1 through 19. Judge, may I have those, please? I think I got it right here, Judge.
Oh, okay, yeah.
Judge, may I approach the witness?
You may.
Thank you. Ma'am, just take a look at these
Okay.
and let me know if you've had the chance to review those prior to coming to court here today.
I have reviewed these.
Okay, thank you.
Sure.
Would all of these have been relevant to the C-sequence investigation here?
They would have.
All right. Should all of these have been acquired and reviewed?
They should have.
All right. Now, I'm going to Exhibit 2. This is the next page, date stamp 2603. And let me read you some relevant portions of Exhibit 2, which is the Crystal Lake Police Department, which is a Crystal Lake Police Department report from August 23rd of 2012. Narrative, dispatch to 94 Dole Avenue referenced the complaint later identified as Andrew Michaels, reporting she received a text message from her friend, Joanne Summercamp, indicating she may need police assistance. Keep going down. Andrew further related that earlier in the day, Joanne asked him to drive her to her friend Andre's residence in McHenry, Illinois. Andrew related he agreed, and upon arrival to the residence, a verbal argument ensued, subsequent to Joanne demanding her to take her shopping. Andrew related he then left, leaving Joanne at the residence with Andrea. Andrew related the argument was verbal in nature. Andrew further related that at approximately 12:14 hours, he received a text message from Joanne's cellular phone stating, "I'm going to hang myself in your house." Keep going down. Next highlighted section. I met with Joanne and asked her if she had sent any text messages insinuating she wanted to harm herself. Joanne began crying and stated yes. I asked Joanne what she had stated in the text messages. However, she refused to answer. I observed an approximately 10-foot length of red rope next to Joanne's bed. Joanne refused to explain why she had rope next to her bed. Relevant to the C-sequence investigation?
Yes.
Exhibit 14, which is the next page. This is a Chicago police report from July 19th, 2018. Let me read the highlighted section. RO responded to a battery at Mount Sinai and met with Birgitta Brown, victim and complaint, who related that she was on the 6th floor psych unit with Joanne Cunningham, offender, a patient there, and who was in the process of being released when there was an argument. Victim stated that the offender was arguing with her boyfriend, who was also a patient in the psych unit. A victim was trying to tell the offender to back into her room to prevent any further confrontation between them. Victim stated that offender would not comply, and as victim was trying to tell offender to go back, the offender then raised her hand and scratched the victim on the right cheek. Relevant to the C-sequence investigation.
Yes.
Next page is Exhibit 15. It's a Crystal Lake Police report from July 22nd, 2018. It's date stamped 2744. Let me read the highlighted section. Summary. Daniel Nowicki called police because he was feeling suicidal. Crystal Lake Fire, CL Fire and Rescue, that's it, arrived on scene and transported him to Centegra Woodstock. Case cleared exceptionally. Narrative. On July 22nd, 2018, at 4:58 hours, while assigned as X-125 driving squad 1023, I was dispatched to Shell Gas at 2020 Virginia Street, reference a suicidal subject. Upon arrival, assisted by Officer Kroll, who was driving squad 1038, we met with Daniel Nowicki. Daniel advised he was feeling suicidal and was thinking about walking out into traffic to kill himself. Crystal Lake Fire and Rescue arrived on scene and transported Daniel to Centegra Woodstock for a psychological evaluation. Would this police report have been relevant to the C-sequence
Yes.
investigation? Okay. Exhibit 16. This is a Crystal Lake Police Department report from October 5th of 2018. I met with Joanne and inquired, I'm reading the highlighted section, Your Honor. I met with Joanne and inquired about the medication. Joanne advised she also had a prescription for Suboxone, but only half the amount. Joanne advised she did not remember what she did the night before. She advised the last thing she remembered was walking around the neighborhood with Daniel. The next thing Joanne remembered was waking up in bed. She advised she had no idea how she got there. Joanne advised her backpack was located by a neighbor, and with the assistance of Officer Meyer, it was returned to her. Joanne advised her strips were still in the backpack, but Daniel's were missing. Joanne had no idea where they could be located. I inquired about the cost of the strips. Joanne advised they were free. I then inquired about the street value. She advised they go for approximately $10 per strip, approximately $900 if sold illegally. Joanne had no idea what she did the night before and had no idea of the location of the missing medications. I concluded the interview with Joanne. Relevant to the C-sequence investigation in this case.
Yes.
Next page, Exhibit 17. This is a Crystal Lake Police report from August 5th, 2018. On August 5th, 2018, at approximately 13:37 hours, an anonymous citizen...
Slow down.
I apologize, Judge. And please keep reminding me because I do get a little carried away, and my apologies also to the court reporter. On August 5th, 2018, at approximately 13:37 hours, an anonymous citizen requested police to check on a mail in the Silver Hamper Laundry located at 469 West Virginia Street. The citizen stated the mail appeared to be passed out. Upon arrival, I observed Daniel Nowicki, who I had contact from the previous incident an hour earlier. Daniel appeared to be in concerning condition in comparison to my contact with him an hour earlier. Daniel was hunched over and it took multiple calls to wake him up. Daniel appeared to be extremely drowsy and lethargic. Daniel's speech was incomprehensible due to slurring and thick-tongued. I observed a prescription bottle of amphetamine next to Daniel. This prescription was under his name. Daniel could not recall how much prescription medication he took. Daniel could not answer my questions properly. Relevant to the C-sequence investigation in this case.
Yes.
Okay. I am now on the next page, which would be base stamp 190. This is a contact note from Exhibit 24, the C-sequence investigation. And why don't I just read this into the record and then we can talk about it. Spoke with mother in the Crystal Lake Police Department holding area. She stated that she only returned to the family home on Saturday. She had been living with Mr. Nowicki, but they separated and he does not live with her now. She suspected that he entered the home and stole her medications, so she went to Taco Bell to call the police. She also claimed that he stole her phone. Ms. Cunningham denied the floor, which is in the kitchen, is torn up due to neglect. Her husband is remodeling and is pulling up the floor. Worker recommended that they block off the children so they cannot hurt themselves. Mother also denied that the ceiling is falling down. They had suffered a water leak, cut through the drywall ceiling to fix the leak, and had not yet replaced the drywall. Mother admitted that there may have been feces and urine when the police arrived because they had left the home to call the police, and their dog, who is older, may have had accidents while they were out. While we were talking, a friend of father arrived to post bail. Mother agreed to immediately go to the local immediate care center to have Andrew's injury examined by a doctor. Friend was identified as Chad Reese, who stated he would assist by transporting mother and the children to the doctor. Mother requested to be drug tested, but worker stated that would be addressed once the nature of the injury is better determined. Worker, after consultation with supervisor, informed CLPD that DCFS would be allowing PC to lapse and the children could return to mother. Okay, so let's start at the beginning. Up at the top of the contact note, what time does Defendant Acosta have contact with Ms. Cunningham?
At 10:35 on December 18, 2018.
All right, now the decision to unfound is, we'll strike that. Based on your review of the C-sequence, one of the first things that Defendant Acosta did after arriving at the police station, one of the first things he did was go and speak with Cunningham. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. And the decision to unfound is only as good as the information acquired during the investigation, correct?
Two unfound?
The decision with regard to the ultimate outcome of the DCFS case is only as good as the information acquired.
Correct.
Okay. And could you tell the judge what is a contact note?
A contact note is documenting a conversation. In this case, the contact type is in person, so it's saying that Mr. Acosta interviewed Ms. Cunningham in person at 10:35. It says location and community. Well, we know from the narrative, he's at the Crystal Lake Police Department. It's not at the home.
Okay. So who would have created this contact note?
Mr. Acosta, and it says that he created it as well.
Okay, can you flip the page, but just sort of keep a thumb in that page because we may be referring back to it? Thank you. I'm going to exhibit 20, Judge. This is P300.50, page 27, subsection E, gathering evidence. For the purpose of making investigative decisions, assessing safety, and supporting final findings, child protection specialists must gather evidence and be objective in the gathering of both inculpatory and exculpatory evidence. Gathering evidence is allegation-specific and includes, but is not limited to, and then the next highlighted section, obtaining and documented descriptive statements from the perpetrator, victim, witnesses, and OPWI. What's an OPWI?
Other person with information.
Other person with information. Okay. Please flip to the next page. This is Appendix B of the P300s, page 13, subsection H3F. Documentation, and this is Exhibit 20, documentation of detailed, descriptive, explanatory statements of the incident provided by the alleged perpetrator, victim, witness, and any other persons with knowledge of the injury harm. So, was Acosta required to obtain and document descriptive statements from the alleged perpetrator, in this case, Cunningham?
Yes.
Okay, now flip back to that 190. Does it appear anywhere in the contact note that Cunningham was asked or that she was questioned about the cause of AJ's injury?
No.
All right, moving on. Go back, and now we're on Exhibit 20. This is P300.50I. And this is subsection 3. Where there is evidence that the parent, caretaker, immediate family member, paramour, or person responsible for the child's welfare failed to make reasonable efforts to stop another person from harming a child, the final finding of abuse against the individual should be documented as indicated aloud. This is used when the individual had no direct responsibility for the abuse, but the individual's failure to protect allowed harm to be inflicted. So let me ask you, at the time that defendant Acosta interviewed Cunningham, could Nowicki or Freund be ruled out as subjects?
No.
Okay. Did it appear as though defendant Acosta questioned Cunningham on whether Freund or Nowicki could have caused the injury?
No.
Did it appear as though defendant Acosta questioned Cunningham on how often Freund or Nowicki were around?
No.
Okay. What about whether or not they could protect AJ?
No.
Okay. Did it appear as though defendant Acosta questioned Cunningham on how she disciplines her children?
No.
Did it appear as though defendant Acosta attempted to construct a timeline with Cunningham?
No.
Did it appear as though defendant Acosta asked Cunningham about the dog, how aggressive it was?
No.
Okay.
All right, so it's about 25 to 5. We're going to stop now. And we're going to begin at 9:30 tomorrow morning. So attorneys, once again, if we could get together and synchronize your written numbers on the bottom of each page. And we have all witnesses for a full day tomorrow?
Yes. Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. All right, ma'am, please don't discuss your testimony with anybody as you're on the witness stand.
I won't.
Okay, thank you.
What time can we come in to start?
We can get them in at 9 o'clock, right? 9 o'clock?
Thank you.
That give me enough time?
Yeah, I'm gonna leave the mic wire, so it'll be a lot faster.
Okay, and Harold, are you going to be here tomorrow?
Tomorrow I will be. Thank you.
Very
There'll be
good.
another photographer here tomorrow.